4 here, so it's tops. He's been dropping low a little bit.
Game
No problems this time. It's Desmond.
Double 18. He can find the double. Have some of that.
Can he replicate with double 12 here? As good as it gets from Joe Mann at the moment. And double 13. Oh, a little dose of Mindy's medicine. Give him a cardboard box.
Game shot in the second leg.
Happy Feet takes the little fish.
Wants the ball.
Game shot the fifth leg.
What a way to hold throw.
Hello, very good evening. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. Saturday night means finals night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Week 11 is about to come to an end. And this week's been a little bit like the rugby, hasn't it? 6 nations kicking off the week. And, well, England looked like the dominant force as well, with 5 of the 6 finalists hailing the St George's flag. Alongside me this evening to talk about all the action, Glenn Dowant's been with us all week. And it's a very good evening to Matthew Edgar. Gents, great to have you alongside us. Glenn, I'll begin with you. It was a week that, is it fair to say, kind of was a bit of a slow burner?
Yeah, the Group A was an absolute slow burner, but the qualifier, top of the table, Chris Gilliland, was always half a dart ahead. He topped the charts in the 180s. He complained a little bit about his finishing, but his stats were, 35% going into that as well. He looked the class act, and rightfully so, topped the table.
Is it fair to say, when you look at the field here tonight, Matt, and you look at the week in general, it's probably one that everybody thought, I've got a fair crack at?
Absolutely, and everyone's going to have a claim to that as well. I haven't had the luxury like Glenn has of seeing this week unfold, but one thing that you do when you come in and you take a look at the lineup is you see quality littered throughout the field. When we take a look at the players, we've got Reece Colley, a winner of a WDF Gold event, which there's some seriously hard events to win when we look as well what that system's produced in terms of tour card holders moving forward. I've been around Chris Gilliland before. I know this guy's quality and his class, and this is a great lineup. Joe Mernon as well, another player that really stands out on that paper, someone who's just recently dropped off the tour. So an exciting night for me for sure.
Hey, those WDF ranking titles, they're tough to win, aren't they?
Especially if you win 2 of them.
Right, let's move on and get straight into the week and have a look at Group A. It was the action that we saw on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. Now, Chris Gilliland, right from the very first start, said that he feels like he can go on and win the group. And look, he backed up those thoughts and those words with actions, Glenn, didn't he? Yeah,
like I said, it wasn't the greatest of Group A, but he was just the standout player throughout. It had been a big surprise to me. I mean, throughout it, certain players were topping the table, and but just at the end, he just put the afterburners on. He's a class act. He speaks very well, and rightfully so. Carl Sneed had one of those weeks. I mean, it looks very, very tight there, but the game was done before his final game. But Carl Sneed also took an awful lot of it, and I honestly thought Haruki Muramatsu might have kicked on in his Group B campaign, but it just didn't happen that way. But the rightful winner for me.
In terms of Chris Gilliland, Matt, he's a player that we've seen here at the Super Series a fair few times. Is it fair to say that we're expecting him to kick on a little bit now?
I think he's one of these players. We get these sort of players that come around who are very, very good players, but they don't realise it. And I think Chris Gilliland sort of goes into that category, that he maybe just doesn't realise how good he is. And the second he does that, and he stops breaking down his game and analysing his game, stop breaking it up into scoring and finishing, it's a leg of darts. Play a leg of darts, and he's very good at playing darts, and the sooner he realises that, the better. He looked like he was going to get through Q School this year. He started it really well, wasn't able to complete the job there, and I just feel like he's sort of in that mould at the moment. Maybe one of those people that when they achieve what he's set out to achieve, and he realises that actually crossing that line isn't the be-all and end-all, I think we'll see him do it very often.
Well, that was Group A. That was what we saw midweek. Let's go into the Thursday and Friday action. And we'll begin with Group B, because that was the action we were watching in the evening sessions. Now, Ryan Harrington and Joe Mernon, Glenn, quite simply ran away with the group, didn't they?
Yeah, I've got to say, Joe Mernon, there was just moments where I remembered my first few darts on here. When he was interviewed beforehand, he wasn't sure where his game was at, and his opening 3 darts, he scored 9. And I did really worry about him there. But he was lucky to get through that first game, get the win. He settled and really showed his class at the back end of it as well. And to top the table right at the end in a competition which Ryan Harrington dominated throughout. He won 4 out of 4 on the opening day as well, without being brilliant, though when he needed to, he really did. And then there was that incredible fight between 3 players, which was so topsy-turvy. And you know, Ryan Harrington just demonstrated it. He does ooze a lot of class. He's a real scrapper, a real fighter. And like I said, when he needed to in this game against Joe Mern, and averaged over 95, and I was really, really impressed with him.
It's interesting. We're going to hear a bit more from Ryan later on as the night develops, but he was saying that he changed his darts on Wednesday night. He's moved to a setup that won him tour cards, gave him success in the past, and he's just felt so at home with this new equipment, and maybe we're going to see a Ryan Harrington 2.0 on the back of that.
Well, new equipment, which is actually old equipment, which makes you wonder, why did he change it in the first place if it was so good and made him feel so comfortable? So it tells me there that maybe it's not the darts, it's maybe the feeling and the sort of vibe he's getting from it. Because if he felt so good about them in the first place, he wouldn't have changed to look for something else. Because he was looking for something at that point. I think one of the biggest problems Ryan Harrington's got in his career is there's casts a massive shadow of what his dad achieved, the two-time world match play champion. And I feel he wants to try and step out of that shadow a little bit and carve his own sort of legacy, which he was doing on that PDC tour. He nearly held on to his card with that run he had at the Grand Slam of darts. So it's good to see him sort of coming back, and it's good to see him sort of having a new destiny.
In terms of Carl Snead, Glenn, was it a case if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all?
Well, I don't. Well, I'm not so sure about that because he gave himself opportunities. But if it was a horse race, he'd get himself in front with a fence to go and fall at the last one. He was so frustrating to watch. Like I say, very easily could have topped the group in Group A. And he looked visually disappointed because then it gets to a stage where you think that everybody's playing well against you. And that's really the only emotion he showed. That was the only real emotion that he showed. He was exasperated at the end of it. But like I said, not because he didn't have opportunities. He can't blame anyone else but himself.
I just want to quickly mention about that because both of you have been on this stage and both of you have been through those experiences. What's it like when it gets a little bit chastening on the big stage?
You mean losing experiences? That's what you're trying to say, but nicely.
In a nice way, yeah.
Yeah, it feels horrible. It feels like it's getting away from you. You know where the finishing line is, and you're trying to sort of get back on. But you always feel like you've got a chance here at the Super Series. That's the worst thing. You can lose all 4 games in a Group B and still qualify. So it's that hope that sort of destroys you because you go off the stage, you think, that's it, it's done now, I'm out of this. And then you get in the back room and go, well, actually, if I win this next one, I'm still in contention. And that certainly was for me.
Yeah, like I said, it's a difficult feeling, but he showed enough class to say that he'd be back here. He'll want to right those wrongs. He loves being here as well. And it is difficult when things start going because then the psychology of the game comes in. So all of a sudden it's not about your skill set, your attributes. All of a sudden that mind, what goes between there, suddenly takes over. And that happened with Carl.
In terms of Harry Gregory, Glenn, what will be your assessment of his week?
Well, first day, a game of 2 halves, I think is probably the right answer. 2 180s on the opening night, and a game that I was watching through the fingers because it was a difficult final game. And incredibly, that was the game that he won, but he was suffering terribly with the release of the dart as well. But, I mean, he also produced some sensational stuff in this 130 finish. Really demonstrated his qualities. He hit 9 180s the second night. I went out to watch him practice. I just said, you know, that last game last night, the release problems, he went, Glenn, it's not dartitis. He said, I have suffered with it previously. He said, but I was just in that much of a rut. I knew how important it was. I started not being able to release the dart. He practiced. I stood exactly where I'm stood right now, and he hit about 9 180s as I was chatting with him. So he wasn't thinking about the dartboard, chatting with me, and then he produced them darts on the hockey. It was a great story.
Well, let's move on to Group C. That was the afternoon action on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Real tight affair as well. This is how it ended up. Justin Hood and Reece Colley making their way through on 14 points. Very quickly on Mikura Suzuki, Glenn, there were signs in Group A that she could do well, and she showed it in Group C, just unlucky to miss out.
She was fabulous, and on the opening day of Group C as well, missed 3 darts at double 18. Obviously, a couple of darts that included double 9 as well. I thought she was terrific, night and day from Group A. And at the final game, she had a ratio 2 from 31 on the doubles against Reece Colley. It was one of the most incredible games I've witnessed, but when she was at her best, she actually looked the player of the week. That's how good she was. And, you know, with this type of chances, these types of finishes, but she'll have been frustrated in the end. It was so near, yet so far.
It was, and then Reece Colley mops up, does the business. And Reece is a player, maybe 2024, we're expecting a lot from.
I don't know what to expect from Reece Colley this year, and I don't think Reece Colley knows what to expect from Reece Colley this year, and that might be where the problem lies, because his form is very in and out. I mean, a year ago, when we were making our predictions for Q School, he was in my top 10. of players to move on and get a card, and I think he averaged mid-70s throughout the entirety of that event and ended up missing out by quite a distance. Didn't perform again at this year's Q School, so he knows what the year's going to look like in terms of Challenge Tours, Super Series, and everything that brings with that. But I think he wants a little bit more, but the problem is he wants it yesterday, and I think that might be where the problem lies.
Justin Hood, Glenn, what's it about this tournament where he just feels at home?
Oh, I don't think it's just this tournament. Justin Hood is a phenomenal player. I mean, in the county system, he represented England with wins on there. He has got the skill set to win this tonight. And very interesting, I'm just at the side of me there, the crowd is just littered with fans of Justin Hood. That could be the extra. I wasn't sure. Me and Matt were saying who's going to win tonight, because tonight is 6 people who think they can win tonight. That's the beauty of week 11 this week. But when I walked in this room and I seen all them fans and family and friends, I now think that tonight's winner will be Justin Hood.
Interesting to see. Right, let's have a look then at tonight. Begin by having a look at the fixtures for this evening. Now, the players are split into 2 pools of 3. As you can see there, the first game of Group 1, Chris Gilliland against Rhys Colley, will be followed by the first game of Group 2, so on and so forth until we get to the semi-finals. They'll take place after 10 o'clock, where it's going to be straight knockout to the final. The winner will be announced at around about 11:15, and they will seal their place into Champions Week. So let's have a look and see what is in play as far as this evening is concerned, and we can have a look at the groups for tonight's action here at the Super Series. And it's always an interesting dynamic when it comes to the group stages, isn't it, Matt? We can have a look at the groups on your screen there. Which one for you poses the most thwarted danger in your eyes?
I don't think there is one. I fully agree with what Glenn's been saying there, and the fact that all the players are going to feel they've got an opportunity. I think whatever way round you divvy up these players, I don't think you're going to get a different scenario where there is such thing as a group of death. I think really you can't put 3 players in a group if you could handpick them and say that group is stronger than the other.
Well, let's have a look at tonight's betting then. This is what the odds compilers think about tonight's proceedings. Justin Hood goes off the 12-5 favourite. Is that because of his experience on this stage? And is there anybody, Glenn, who could be a little bit of an outside shout?
Yeah, I mean, I studied a Monday morning and Justin Hood was 4-1 favourite before a dart was thrown. So he's coming a little bit. I think the bookies have got that about right. Joe Mernon's got the class. I mean, just speaking to people, he's been a professional player for a long time. And Joe Mernon, depending on where his game. So that's maybe one to watch out there. Harry Gregory, 10-1, the biggest outsider. We've seen it done on finals night as well. There's just something about him that I like, but he's in that tough section as well. So, look, it's all to play for, and I just think the crowd could be the difference tonight. That's the reason I'm sticking with Justin Hood, not the fact it's favouritism. Well,
let's have a look at the bet builder and see what you've been punting on at home. It's a trouble that pays just over 5-1 tonight. You've got highest checker under 95.5 in the Gilliland Colley game. A player handicap between Mernon and Gregory in Mernon's favour, and Chris Gilliland match winner against Ryan Harrington. Matt, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't like it. I don't. I don't like things where you're looking at things being under. I'm never really keen on that because you're always sort of hoping that people miss rather than hoping that people hit. Joe Mernon is the class act here in regards to what he's achieved outside of this arena, but the form's not been there for over a year now, so minus 1.5, I'm not sure.
I can understand, Henry, why they've gone with that middle one as well, because the only head-to-head we can go on this week is the fact that Mernon has beat Gregory twice. So I think that's the reason that one's in the bet builder.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. Right, it's high time we get the Tungsten Tussles underway for the evening, and we kick off with the Northern Irishman, Chris Gilliland, the player who won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. He takes on Rhys Colley, who's already had a good day today. Well, you've had a good day as well. Both Villa fans doing very well. Don't know what the Borough did. Anyway, we'll see them in action in our first match of the session. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with the pair. Rhys, back into Saturday night here at the Super Series. How do you reflect upon your 2 days?
Yeah, I'm just happy to be in the Saturday finals, to be honest. I've been lucky a couple of times, but I'm just glad to get over the line, and I'm looking forward to tonight now, yeah.
Tight group, nervy group. What were you feeling as the day went along yesterday?
I just think, because I think I was second, I just thought, win a couple of games, hopefully I'll have a chance. But to be honest, every game you go up there, you just got to think win. And reflecting off it, the Mercury game was a bit nervy, I won't lie, but I'm just glad I got over the line.
Where's your darts at the minute? We saw you at the Lakeside last month, and I know how much you really enjoyed that particular experience on that stage. Seeing you do some good stuff on the Super Series stage. Where would you say the Reece Colley game is at the minute?
Up and down. 1 minute I can be brilliant, next minute I can be rubbish. But it is what it is, and I'm looking forward to tonight. If I can play my best game, hopefully I'll pick the trophy up.
Have you brought the Chaos Massive down?
No, as a couple, as only my dad and my best mate today, yeah, because as a few, it's a bit too far for them.
Yeah.
So they said, you know what, we'll give it a miss, but they'll all be watching back at home.
Well, it's been a good night for your Villa. How much would you like to make it a good night on the stage?
Even better then. 2 wins out of 2. If Villa's won today, well, I think they did anyway. I know there was 4-0 up, and then if I win it tonight as well, then happy days.
Be a great day. We'll wish you all the very best, Reece. Good luck.
Thank you, Amy.
Chris, a couple of days off. Feel refreshed and revitalised?
Yeah. First day, Thursday, done very little, just relaxed in the room where I was. And yesterday, I had a nice walk for a couple of hours and got out of the hotel and that there and just really stretched the legs and that there. But apart from that, no, very little done.
How do you reflect on this week, a couple of days on? Because despite winning Group A, I just felt like you were a little bit frustrated with your performance level at times.
Yeah, my scoring was good. It was just at times my finishing, once I got to a finishing down below, was very frustrating missing. And because I've practiced very hard recently on my finishing especially, and it just, sometimes it didn't happen.
On a scale of 1 to 10, would you say Chris Gilliland's out at the minute?
7. 6, 7. I haven't seen the best of me this week yet. Hopefully tonight it'll happen.
Do you think the different aspect, the crowd coming in, things like, do you think that'll give you that extra little spark?
Oh, absolutely. I love a crowd. It's the exhibitionist in me. I love a crowd. I love the atmosphere. It's a different feeling. And it's a different group of players. I haven't played against I haven't played against any of them all week, actually. So I'm looking forward to tonight.
Well, wish you all the best tonight, Chris. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Game shot.
Yeah, lovely
leg.
finish that.
Chris Gilliland.
Clean and sweet as a nut.
Kept his composure. Gets
Game
over the winning
shot.
line. Chris Gilliland.
Game
And
shot.
he just get a dart at a double. He
Chris
hits the dart
Gilliland.
at a double.
Game shot on the full
Chris
flag.
Gilliland's favourite double.
Chris Gilliland.
Well, the scene is set and the stage is ready. Reece Colley and Chris Gilliland getting the action underway on this Saturday night at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Already been a good day for Reece Colley, Aston Villa fan. His beloved side have won 5-0 today, and a day where the Portsmouth fans are in the house as well. They got a good victory, 4-1 against Northampton. But it's all about the darts this evening. Chris Gilliland and Reece Colley kicking things off. Is there going to be chaos at the Live Lounge tonight? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar, and a very good evening to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry, and good evening, everybody. It's always a very special night when there's a crowd in the building as well. It means it's Saturday night, and first and foremost, a big thank you for everybody. This is Reece Colley. He'll be a very, very happy man, as Henry mentioned there. Aston Villa with a big 5-0 victory in the end.
Thank
So
you,
he'll be
ladies and
looking to
gentlemen.
do the
First
double.
flag, Chris to
And
throw
refereed
first.
by Aidy
Game
Mason,
on.
who's possibly the most excited person in the venue tonight. But this is Chris Gilliland, the Group A winner. Very classy player. He always was just seemed to be one dart ahead of the rest in that group. Openly
34.
admitted he's had a couple of days of just relaxing and already turning round to the crowd there. They do make a fantastic difference. The atmosphere in there is brilliant
82.
tonight. And Matthew Edgar, a real week where I think all 6 players who are in that players area tonight will have really fancied their chances. Maybe tonight is the night.
Absolutely. They'll all be looking around, seeing who's the player to
125.
beat and struggling to pick them out. But you do always worry about the Group A winners when they sort of what they do on Thursday
84.
and Friday. And Chris Gilliland didn't really do too much, according to that interview. He enjoyed his day in bed on Thursday. I love one of them myself, to be fair.
140.
Yeah, I was surprised actually, Matt, that he was sort of one of his, what he felt was a weakness was his double finishing when actually it was very good.
100.
40% on day one, which I always thought 33% was the benchmark I was looking for. 36%. Yes, it did dip on the final day to 30%, but generally I felt overall when he needed a double, especially under the high pressured
44.
situations, he dealt with it very nicely.
But the doubles is where you're going to highlight it more, because that's where you win or you lose. You hit or you miss. It's not like
40. Chris
you can throw
requires
3 darts around and get
158.
60 points and feel, well, they're well thrown darts and I've still come away with 60. It's all or nothing, hit or miss, and so it just heightens the importance and can sometimes get that misread. We'll see how his doubles are
134.
going tonight, though. He's set himself up nice after 15 darts here on double 12.
Yeah, that bounce out really hurt Reece Colley. No reaction from him.
83.
Not an awful lot
Chris
of pressure.
requires
Well, we
24.
did mention his doubles have been good, better than he anticipated. And as he throws his third dart, you can just see with that
12.
camera angle, he has such a
Reece
flat dart,
requires
which was
112.
highlighted during the week. It might look like the ideal marker. It certainly would be to a player like Reece Colley. But he will be back. Nervy start from both.
42.
Double 6 is an
Chris
absolute
requires
beautiful
12.
position on the board. Be one of those that people would leave more often if it wasn't for the breakdown.
You can go into a
No
match full of
score.
confidence, open up scoring very
Reece
nicely, you'd be
requires
total
70.
control. Then 6 missed darts at a double, and all of a sudden it's not so rosy. Colley never in this leg of darts, remember. He is
Game's on
now
the first leg.
from absolutely nowhere, Reece Colley. And the thought process now for Chris Gilliland, already you can see the anguish.
Second leg. Reece
How
to throw
will he
first.
react?
Game on.
Well, the real negative there is that has just reinforced the story he was trying to tell.
140.
The story he's tried to tell himself is, if I can sharpen up my doubles, I can win this week. Then he's going to miss 6 straight darts.
If he is going to miss a treble, just being under the treble is better because of the way these
100.
darts actually fly. Very differently to the traditional dart. Certainly that Reece throws where if he's going to miss, he wants to be over the treble 20.
125.
The psychology and everything changed. When these two walked onto the stage and they've seen this fantastic crowd, you know, they've played in front of no crowd all week where it's just you and the dartboard. Well, Chris Gilliland openly admitted that
100.
he wants to see a crowd like this. He's an exhibitionist himself. And he'll have to find something special now because Reece Colley's just finding that treble now.
120.
Lost a dart to the floor, but he's been finding the treble enough that it looks like it could be non-effective to the Reece Colley throw. Going to guarantee himself 6 darts here at
60.
116.
Reece requires 116.
Yeah, a finalist last time was Reece Colley. He had that game with
52.
Robert Thornton in the semi-final. Justin Hood lost in the semis that night, remember, and Steve West, superb in that final. Wants to go one better this year, does Reece Colley?
57. Reece requires 64.
Double to double his lead.
48.
Again, time on his side. Chris Gilliland a long way back on 184, so no dramas here for Reece Colley.
And it looks the ideal marker. He perseveres this time because what he tries to do is reverse
100.
stack the dart.
Reece requires 16.
A chance for Colley. It was Gilliland who messed about with doubles in the first leg. They'd be hoping it's not Rolls reversal this time.
12. Chris requires 84.
This is where, if you're Gilliland, you just think a little bit of justice, perhaps.
We may need the bullseye to get that justice.
44.
And I think it's been a week where I've
Reece
seen more
requires
big numbers
4.
missed than any other series that I've been involved with.
No score.
This is nervy. Very, very nervy, Matt.
That's Saturday
Chris
night
requires
for you,
40.
this. More worried about losing heavy and just keeping the game close at this point. That is a wire bender. The way his darts lie, this is awkward.
Game's
That is
on
brilliant.
The second leg.
Dart of the night so
Chris
far.
Gilliland.
There might be a wry smile there from both players, but 1-1 is probably the deserved score right now. You can
Third
just see
leg,
both
Chris
of them
to
just
throw
seem to be
first.
shaking their head. It's
Game
best of
on.
5 now. And this is where the hours and hours of practice that you put in and the belief that has to come now.
We said at the start of the night that the players in the
43.
practice room would be looking around the room thinking, I can win this tonight, and they'll have a little flash to the screen just to see how this game started.
100.
They won't be too worried about what they're seeing here. It'll probably just reinforce the fact that everyone in that back room is going to feel like they've got an opportunity.
Yeah, it's a clean slate tonight. Chris Gilliland, we mentioned a couple of times, he'll have been in his hotel room watching
100.
Group B and C, think there's nothing there I can't beat. But we labelled this before the dart was thrown. We just sensed that an awful lot of players could get their first win
35.
here at the MODUS Super. It's a big prize we're playing for tonight, remember. £5,000, and we're just a fortnight away from Champions Week as well. So you can, and with that big crowd behind them, you can sense and understand the tension in this first game.
123.
Can't lose it right now, but you don't want to be losing heavy. I just sense that both players are just starting to relax.
125. $99.
Just looks comfortable, Gilliland. He could have easily, his head have gone down after that first leg, but that frustrating misses from Reece Colley.
28. Chris requires 136.
I think that's the key word here, frustration. Because at the moment, both players will probably feel they could be 2-0 up in this one. Instead, it's big advantage once again to Gilliland.
58. $99. Chris requires 78.
Doesn't want to hit the 4 here, so big 18 is the must. Treble is the bonus. Gets that bonus. Got unfinished business with this double 12, but it's not to be again.
Reese requires 114.
This is the sort of shot that hurts. It's not going to go, though. That slip leaves him 99. Can't be done in 2 darts, so Chris Gilliland's going to get more opportunities
82.
here to
Chris
finally take the
requires
lead in this one.
24.
Well, he
Game
hit
shot
a
on the
dart with
third
his
leg.
last one
Chris
to hit that double
Gilliland.
top when we thought it was going to be really tough. And that dart there, once again, you heard the shout of, come on.
Fourth leg.
That was a
Reese
big
to throw
dart, but
first.
so many
Game
missed
on.
opportunities.
And when you get that with your last dart in hand, it's more relief,
85.
isn't it? Rather than confidence building, or certainly when you've been missing 12 darts at a double throughout the game already. I do just get that sense of relief there from Chris Gilliland at that double 12.
58.
You can put all the practice in the world, but it's very, very difficult to try and get yourself ready for an opening match at the MODUS Super Series finals night. It's
45.
sometimes you're just sort of working on instinct. Just your arm feels different, your body. I mean, a win here for one of the players, and all of a sudden they're super relaxed. They come back and they think, you know, why was I so nervous in the first game? So
100.
It's that uncertainty and that cutthroat nature of a Saturday night.
first maximum of the night. And it goes to Reece Colley.
180. $100.
And it's Colley's to lose from here. He has the darts. The match is going with darts now.
99.
Super, super last dart.
Here comes the problem, though. Chris Gilliland giving him something to
140.
contemplate here.
Reese requires
Does
92.
that change the route? No, it sticks with the treble 20.
74.
You see sometimes people change their mind on shots
Chris
like that when
requires
someone hits back and
103.
they start opting for the bullseye.
And this will feel like a bit of a freebie, because if this goes, he becomes a massive favourite. He's going to get a dart as well. It's double top.
63. Reese requires 18.
Never met a dart player yet who say, I love double 9.
He has to be ultra aggressive.
9.
That's the difference. You saw the wire move.
Chris
Gilliland was
requires
hitting them
40.
doubles with his last dart. Not the start we expected from Reese Colley. He was superb in his Group C campaign.
Game
And
on
Chris
the fourth
Gilliland,
leg.
remember, the Group A
Chris
winner.
Gilliland.
He lost the opening leg in this match, but is now in a fantastic position at 3-1.
Fifth leg, Chris to
You
throw
wouldn't know it
first.
from that reaction, would
Game
you? A
on.
roll of the eyes, a big exhale of breath.
Gets to a stage, I don't think particularly tonight, Matt, where players not only want to win, but, you know, they can walk off with
60.
a 75-80 average and, you know, they're disappointed. You know, gone are the days the win-loss ratio is the most important. And for Chris Gilliland, just get the 2 points.
100.
You want to play your best game in a couple of hours' time.
That win ratio has actually been quite healthy at the moment for Reese Colley this year. I was looking through his results early on tonight and I just saw win, 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 win. 15 matches he's won so far on that
85.
Challenge Tour. Reached a quarter-final as a best. Got beat by Darius Lavanauskas.
Only the greats lose to
57.
Darius Lavanauskas.
Is that why I did it twice?
Yeah, so much going on at the MODUS Super Series as well. And
46.
we have a double start special week coming soon as well. And we'll be announcing the names for that soon too. So really, really looking forward to that. And
180.
I'll tell you a little secret. I've seen the names and it's going to be a beauty. Come on, Matt, you haven't seen the names. Give me a name or you'd love to see in that special week for a double start.
100. Reese requires 164.
Well, you
Promise I won't make any sort of move.
Well, you'd have to go with one of the
100.
only players or the only player who's eligible who's at a 9 darter in double start format.
Yeah, and when he goes above that treble, it does make the second average, making it so much better. I wonder if he's been practicing that
100.
maybe.
Reese requires
Because
64.
that was one of the areas he wasn't very happy with himself. Reese Colley can get back in this match. He's going to need a dart at tops.
24. Chris
When you're
requires
missing doubles, these sort of
110.
combination shots are normally the ones you start polishing up.
Well, it hasn't been pretty. But Chris Gilliland is a dart away from victory
Game,
and
shot,
get it for the
and
real
match.
one moment of
Chris
this match of
Gilliland.
absolute quality. He won Group A in the end because he has that demonstration of real high scoring and when he gets his finishing going as well, but not the start that Reese Colley wanted. And again, the averages were around about that 80 mark throughout. The one real bit of class was saved right till the end. Chris Gilliland is up and running. And next up, it's Group 2. It's Joe Mernon versus Harry Gregory.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are absolutely packed to the rafters here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's been quite the night so far and quite the start for Chris Gilliland. A 4-1 victory against Rhys Colley before the break, a 1-10 finish, sealing the match for the Northern Irishman. So that's the first game of Group 1 completed. We now head into Group 2, where we watch Joe Mernon in action. The first appearance for him here at the Super Series after dropping off the PDC Pro Tour at the back end of 2023. His first assignment on a Saturday night is Harry Gregory. His first appearance in the Saturday night setup here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And the Hawk is looking to pick up the spoils here on the South Coast. And early on this evening, I got up with both himself and Joe.
No, I'm starting to settle in. I know I can win the whole thing.
I wish you all the very best, Harry. Good luck.
Right, thank you.
So we'll see.
And how much would you like to at least kickstart 2024 with a tournament win here at the Super Series tonight?
Don't get me wrong, I want to win it, but there's a lot of good players here as well who want to do the same thing, but I'm up for it. We'll see what happens.
I wish you all the Well, Harry, a debut for yourself at the MODUS Super Series this week. How have you found the last couple of days?
It's been all right. Thursday night didn't really kick off too well, but luckily found myself in the last night's games.
Did you feel like you just needed to settle in a little bit here?
Yeah, I mean, last time I played it was all right, but I know I can the best I can play, and now I'm starting to bring it out.
For those who may not seen a lot of Harry Gregg, you've done a lot in the youth game. Just talk a little bit about yourself and your career progression to this point.
Well, I went to Key School this year, played some really good darts, was just unlucky in the second stage, really. Played some good players, missed my chances, and they took it. I mean, not much you can really do about that.
What's your goals and aspirations for 2024?
Definitely want to win a development tour this year, hopefully get a tour card through the development tour, and hopefully to win this week.
As I say, into tonight. Do you fancy your chances now? You got yourself through, you've had that night where you've built a bit of confidence on that stage?
Yeah, definitely. It's just one of them games. If you win, you win. If you don't, you don't. You can't really beat yourself up about it. You just got to play your darts. If they go in, then it's your night. If they don't, then you're just unlucky.
First appearance here, have you almost treated it a little bit like, of course you want to win, but a little bit like work experience for yourself, just to get to know what the stage and that kind of environment's about?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a new experience for me. Like last time I was here, I was just getting ready for it and all that. But now I'm starting to settle in. I know I can win the whole thing.
I wish you all the very best, Harry. Good luck.
Right, thank you.
Well, Joe, first time on the Super Series stage. What was your first thoughts and impressions of it?
I thought it was brilliant. I've really enjoyed my time here. I was a bit nervous on the first game, I must admit, because obviously it's new to me, so yeah. But I'm getting there now. I'm starting to enjoy it rather than being nervous.
Acclimatised to it, and at times we've seen some really good stuff from yourself as well.
Yeah, I don't think I've played anything particular well, just the odd game where I played well, but if I reach my form, who knows what I can do.
Do you feel like you're slowly building up towards tonight?
I'm not really fussed, to be honest with you. I'm just going to play it out and see what happens.
Obviously, following the last couple of years and obviously dropping off the Pro Tour at the end of last year, is it almost like a bit of a refresher for yourself coming down to places like this and maybe trying to rediscover a little bit of form?
Well, I said in a previous interview, I'm just going to pick and choose what I want to do. Mm-hmm. As far as form goes, it wasn't good because I wasn't well last year, yeah. But I'm just practising a little bit now, just doing an hour a night, and I'm seeing football playing okay.
So is 2024 a little bit of a rebuild for yourself then?
It could go to 2025 as well, yeah. I've not decided. I'm enjoying the rest, so we'll see.
And how much would you like to at least kickstart 2024 with a tournament win here at the Super Series tonight?
Don't get me wrong, I want to win it, but there's a lot of good players here as well who want to do the same thing, but I'm up for it. We'll see what happens.
I wish you all the very best, Joe. Good luck.
Thank you.
Room 101 for Joe Mernon. Yes,
Game's
it
on
is.
the second leg.
It's the original Shaggy of darts here at the Super Series, and he joins us on a night, well, we don't have a Scooby-Doo who's going to win, and they'll be hoping to pick up the action after a bit of a scrappy-do in the opener. Mernon takes on Gregory in our second match of the night, and down in the commentary box, Glenn Dowen, Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. Did someone say Shaggy? Shabba? No, don't go there. But a great start for the Group A winner tonight, Chris Gilliland. The man in your picture, Joe Mernon, was the Group B winner. Absolutely delighted to be here and he has previous this week with his opponent Harry Gregory. The only head-to-head for this week, but Harry Gregory was definitely a player of two halves in the Group B campaign on the opening night. When we'd done a little bit of preparation on him, he played really nicely at Q School. Some real good names he beat, some good numbers he was posting. Then transferred that onto the Challenge too, where he was getting some difficult draws, but once again, I had real high expectations from him. And a welcome to Paul Hicks.
Game on.
For the week, we bring the big guns out for the final. But for Joe Mernon, he is absolutely delighted to be here. He was over the moon to get the invite, and he just sensed he's just sort of restarting his career again.
I get that vibe completely, certainly from that interview he just gave there, where he said it might be 2025 when he first starts looking at potentially going back to sort of taking it a little bit more seriously again, saying he's reduced the sort of hours, and sometimes, as crazy as it sounds, it actually benefits you to reduce those hours because it just sort of refreshes the mind a little bit rather than sort of getting caught in these traps of, oh, I have to go and practice,
58.
I have to go and do this.
Well, there's a big argument out right now, isn't there, Matt, regarding players ranked 64 down to 128 compared to a lot of the amateur players
45.
now who are getting opportunities like the MODUS Super Series. And let's be honest with you, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot monetary-wise difference. It's as if there's more opportunity at the moment in the amateur game.
59.
Certainly, if you can dominate that sort of field. Look at last year, Luke Littler was earning more than the likes of James Wade, Van
134.
Barneveld throughout the middle part of the year because he kept picking up this title, which £20,000 doesn't do too bad for the old bank balance.
90. Junior car 139.
Joe Mernon, first down to a finish. But he put two really good performances against Harry.
99.
And even the version of Harry Gregory, who was playing very nicely. Joe dispatched 4-2 in that game.
121. Junior car 40.
Well, he was nervous when he first walked in the building on Thursday. Apprehensive tonight. These types of finishes can just
Game
really
show
help
the
you
first
settle
leg.
down. It's a
Joe
lovely
Mernon.
start once again from Joe Mernon. If you look at the CV, he's the player of the six who's got that real class
Second
about
leg,
him,
Harry
but
to
he
throw
knows he's
first.
not in the
Game
form
on.
of the past 10 years of being a professional player. It's as if he's, I guess, as he mentioned, it's like a new, fresh start for him. But the Super Series has had some wonderful
128.
stories, and maybe just something about Joe Mernon this week.
Last year on the tour, win percentage
100.
of just 29%. Now, what that tends to do is it doesn't just stay, oh, right, I'm playing in the elite of the sport, that's where I'm not picking up my wins. It does carry over
92.
into other arenas as well. You then start worrying, like, can I win a game? Is people going to keep hitting things against me? And, you know, it lags sometimes even into things like exhibitions that you play where you're like, am I going to beat these
140.
localized players? It gets very tricky when you're getting that mindset of just defeat after defeat.
But his attitude has been quite refreshing. He hasn't come here
100.
defeatist. He's been very honest. Sometimes, like you say, we can play yourself into form, and I've used the word instinct regarding Joe Mernon a lot. He'll be
96.
using all what he knows, that nous about the game. You can just see him tapping his head there.
I think that was down to the 96 to leave him on a non-finish, as you were saying about using all that
123.
experience. It sort of worked against him.
Thought I'd got away with it.
89. Harry car 58.
Well, to respond on throw. Two darts at tops. Tens.
48. Junior car 76.
Giving this the full Kevin Painter.
56.
Yeah, I was
Harry
about to
car
say maybe the
10.
winner tonight could be just someone who's just shown that composure on the double so far. Seems to be a real issue for the four players on the stage. Double two for Harry.
8. Junior car 20.
Joe, with all his experience, will know this is a massive opportunity here
Game
to
shot of
break the
second
throw,
leg. Joe
walk straight
Mernon.
back down the hockey and have the darts for a 3-0 lead. And on a Saturday night, you do start to panic when
Well,
those
Joe,
legs are
through
starting to
first.
rack up against
Game
you because you
on.
do not have long. Little tiny mini groups of 3 players. If you lose heavy, well,
100.
you're sort of crossing the fingers and toes and hoping for a bit of luck.
Yeah, for someone like Joe, I don't think he'll know the stats. We had a player, Christopher Toonders, this week, Matt, where he was the player in the players area saying, you need to
114.
win this. If I win this, you can do that. Well, I just get the sense with Joe Mernon, it's just all about the next start, really. And he certainly doesn't see this as a Mickey Mouse Cup, that's for sure.
58. $58.
And again, the maths of Joe Mernon here has left him in one of those awkward situations. A maximum would not leave him on a finish, so ended up leaving
100.
himself still 9 darts away from potentially winning a leg. So just because someone's been a professional and been on the tour doesn't mean they're always getting those breakdowns correctly,
139.
giving themselves the mathematical best opportunity.
Yeah, I thought that was a good counter, but I've actually had Owen Binks in me here all week, and he's now regarded as one of the best
81.
counters, one of the best spotters. And
164.
he was certainly picking up things like Joe's just done there, where just uncharacteristic. What you've done is give Harry Gregory 6 darts at a finish now instead of 3.
Yeah, switch to the
60.
18s there would have left him at least the 164. It does make a difference when you're the player and you know you've got that guaranteed setup shot.
99. Hadayuka
Got
104.
away with that last dart with a 19, really. Of course, the centre of the ball is what he was looking for. Harry needs something soon.
80. Joe 63.
A big moment in this match. Like it's a big defeat here for Harry would be tough to come back from. It's 1 dart at tops. And there's the composure. And this
Game
time,
shown
there's
the
the
third
execution.
leg. Joe
Mernon leads
Mernon.
3-0. Disastrous start for the young
Harry
man.
to throw first. Game on.
This is where the pressure comes in. You try
100.
and be a bit more deliberate, then tension in the arm. You hold onto the dart a bit too long. It can all start breaking down from this point, but a good start there for Harry Gregory.
100.
You just want that first dart to go in the treble, just to settle you down within the throw.
97.
Yeah, I stood on that stage with Harry and just was talking to him as he was throwing his dart, and every dart was virtually going in the treble, which I was hoping
98.
to use that as a reason that when you don't overthink the situation, which is when you're that young, there's no scar tissue in Harry. I mean, these are the darts he can produce.
108.
Right on cue.
There's no scar tissue in, but you do sense that he's bogged down by his own expectations and hopes of what he wants from this game.
Yeah, the young players have no
83.
fear though,
How do you
so
call
I don't see that
124?
as a negative. He set the by half for himself. 84 left at this point.
60. $40. Hadayuka 64.
Well, here's the opportunity he's been hoping and waiting for. He's now got 6 darts. Take out this 64.
32.
Yeah, no panic, no drama. This is where your pre-throw preparation's got to be right. He just goes, just double checks his darts, maybe a sip of water.
60. Hadayuka
Quite
32.
simply, this has to go.
$16.
The story of the
Joe
night,
Lucar,
the missed doubles
120.
for everyone but Joe Mernon.
Yeah, good shout, Matt. Not from 8 for Harry Gregory. I just sense if Mernon gets a chance at a double, he gets him. It's not going to be.
60. Hadayuka 16.
Another opportunity for Harry Gregory.
Game shot on the
Gets
fourth
over the
leg.
line.
Harry Gregory.
9th time of asking on the outer ring. He's up and running. He's in the game. He avoids the
Big leg shoulder
4-0.
through first.
But
Game
now
on.
the tough work starts. Can he get the breaker throw?
And he knows where the camera is as well.
100.
He looks very unassuming, understated, even in the interviews. There's Joe Mernon, softly spoken, but let me tell you, he's good fun to be around with on the circuit.
92.
Just a very cool and calm, collected, dare I say, laid back on the hockey.
I think that's a perfect way to
100.
describe Joe Mernon, even the action. Very sort of laid back, isn't it? Very relaxed.
140.
Yeah, I've seen enough from Harry Gregory to say he's got a very bright future. The opportunities these young lads are getting now on that stage, Matt.
60.
Something that Scott Mitchell was talking an awful lot about this week, and I think you'll see the positives.
That's a crash course in darts, this, isn't it?
99.
On an international platform.
If he goes treble, I see you, Joe. Harry Gregory is right back in the mix. He has to break Joe
60.
twice
Out of
to
your
win
car,
this game.
170.
He's taken the dart, and it's 6 darts and 170. I said there's a great crowd in here tonight, so he may have gone for that.
134.
But that's second best.
$100. How do your car? 36.
They was thrown by a man who's expecting to be coming back in a new leg very soon.
4. Joe, your car? 81.
Yeah, 1 from 12 now. You don't need any expert to tell you what's been the issue for Gregory. And Joe Mernon has looked really solid on the finishing. Can he use that experience?
57. How do your car? 32.
You do start to count those match darts. That's 2 there for Joe Mernon.
Game shot
He
on
won't
the
be
fifth
getting any
leg.
more in this
Harry
leg.
Gregory.
Nice little 16 darter there from Harry Gregory. To get the first breaker throw that he's going to need against Joe Mernon. He'd
6
like
leg
to be
Harry
able
is
to have
the
a crack.
first. Game on.
Getting that second one.
You know, my first thoughts when the double went in, I mean, look, you don't want to lose. I mean, you don't want to lose heavy. You don't want to be losing 4-0, 4-1.
140.
At least there's something there, whatever happens here. But he has the dart in this leg.
45.
And if anything, you'd say right now is clear better player of the two.
This is probably a
58.
tale of the tape from his Group B campaign on the opening night, as I mentioned. He just wasn't at the races. Maybe nerves got to him. He has been here before. I can see he's on the back of some real good match
140.
practice, but he'll come back really determined, and that's how I'm seeing it right now. He may start in the 19s on 303.
59.
But as much about the positive for Harry, Joe Mernon just looks quite menacing at the moment. It feels like a bit of a free roll against the
140.
darts here. And he's maybe 80 points clear. Good moments for Joe.
Yeah, it's a brilliant reaction really for Joe, because you do start to fear that maybe he felt he had something to lose. But what a time to get your second maximum of the game.
55.
But to take us all the way, he was 3-0 down in this one. Joe Mernon's had 2 match darts.
32. Joe Ricard, 121.
Frustrations there with a missed dart. Will he be back? Joe Mernon 1-2-1. He needs treble 17.
57. Adiukar, 32.
Are we going all the way? Yes,
Game
we
shot on the
are.
sixth leg.
And fair
Harry
play to
Gregory.
Harry Gregory at 3-0 down. We did fear that this Group 2 would be over as quickly as it started.
7th and final
It
leg.
has
Joe
been a
for
week
the
of some
first.
amazing
Game on.
comebacks in some of the matches, and Harry Gregory is now right in the mix. The biggest 3 darts of the match for Joe Mernon right now.
43.
They looked for the first time, Matt, a little nervy.
Oh, certainly that first one, and I did mention that before, that first start going in the treble 20, like we're seeing here from Harry Gregory, just takes the pressure off the entire shot,
140.
because you've done the minimum requirement with that first start. It just gives you that free attack.
Gregory pecks away.
95. 58.
think I must have used the words topsy-turvy, flip-flop, seesaw battles more than any other statement this week. And
98.
this game has been categorised exactly in that format. But that's a stunning dart when you're on 303. That is a moment of brilliance.
It looked like the game was getting away from him the last leg, and he hit a maximum visit with that 180. Joe Mernon digs deep, levels us up on the scoreboard.
3-3, 1-3-2 apiece, treble 19.
48.
Expect to see Joe go in the exact same route here for the 1-3-2. Another one of those. Leaves double 16.
100. How do you car 84?
Well, the superlatives were ready to come out there, Joe Mernon, because that was a fantastic effort. It's double 11 for the match. And what a finish, what a match, and what an incredible comeback from Harry Gregory. He had an absolute nightmare, remember, on his opening night. And a 3-0 down there, it was looking like a disastrous Saturday night. And he looked shell-shocked as Joe Mernon as he walks off the stage. But he played his part in a great game. But all the credit must go to Harry Gregory, the comeback of all comebacks. As we move on to Game 3, back to Group 1. It's Rhys Colley against Ryan Harrington.
Hi there, welcome back to a packed-out live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Harry Gregory get the better of Joe Mernon by 4 legs to 3 from 3-0 down. The crowd don't even know what to sing either. Anyway, let's get into our next match, where Ryan Harrington finds himself in action for the first time this evening. He takes on Rhys Colley, who lost out in the first game. It's a win-to-stay match as far as he's concerned. Let's hear from Ryan now. He caught up with me earlier on this evening. Ryan, back into a Saturday night here at the Super Series and blitzed your way through Group B.
Yeah, it was a strong. It was a much stronger performance than what I've had here in the past. Doing the hard work on the first day on the Thursday, took the stress off the Friday night. So I'm glad that I've performed better this time and got the results.
What do you think's clicked here compared to last time?
I switched back to my old darts on Wednesday. They were the darts that I've got tour cards with, played in the Grand Slam with, UK Opens, and already I felt 10% better in confidence, 10% better in my throws. So that's what's clicked.
Were you surprised, though, even though they've been Dutchmen successful, that they clicked as quickly as they did?
Yes and no. It's a 50-50 question because I knew they'd click because they felt better in my hands, but I didn't know they'd click because they're 2 grams lighter, a bit thinner. So, they could have gone really wrong, but thankfully they've gone really right.
Back into tonight. Now, you've come close to winning a title here in the past in your previous appearance here. Does that serve as a little bit of determination going into tonight?
Yeah, I've been in Saturday night twice now. I've made the semi-final, I've made the final, so it's only my intuition to go all the way this time.
Do you feel like you're knocking on the door now?
Absolutely. With the way I'm playing at the moment, I think I'm knocking on the door now.
We wish you all the very best tonight, Ryan. Good luck.
Thank you.
Been a tremendous display from Ryan Harrington and a tremendous finish to boot as well. That's a beautiful combination. It was a disappointing first start.
Easier to hit it, surely. Absolutely used the dart well.
Ryan Harrington.
Nice.
And Ryan Harrington does become the fourth player through to tomorrow night's final.
The way that he talks, he could be a pundit a little bit like his dad was. He's throwing a little bit like his dad did as well, Ryan Harrington. Throwing some great stuff, going back to basics, and he's getting the results as a consequence of it. He takes on Rhys Colley, who needs a result to stay in the race, to stay in contention as far as his Super Series life is concerned. Right, let's head down to commentary for this one. Matthew Edgar is alongside Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Henry, and really did enjoy the performance from Ryan Harrington this week. But for this man in your picture, a 4-0 victory against Ryan will be required to guarantee qualification, which is going to be a tough ask against this man. I was really, really impressed. Didn't realise he'd changed his dart, and I think the biggest surprise to me is the fact he's dropped 2 grams as well, because all of a sudden I feel thinner in your hands.
Reece to throw first.
He produced enough
Game on.
In that Group E campaign to be a real big player. Rhys Colley did not start in that first game, and they're worrying signs early also.
Rhys has played here many times before, so he's going to know the situation, he's going to know the score and know that he needs a big, big victory here to keep it in his own
57.
hands. Because the worst thing to do is get a victory and then have to go stand, and then you go, do I sit and watch? Do I
45.
practice? Do I carry on? It's a horrible situation to be in when your fate is in the hands of 2 other people.
Yeah, it was mainly positive in Group C. I mean, he had a game with Mikuru Suzuki, which was, nervy personified. It was just missed double after missed double. But that's what he has got in the locker. That's what he's going to need. That's the first real moment of success tonight. I always feel, Matt, when you play Ryan Harrington, he's not going to do 105 average against you. It's just you've got to stay nice and professional. You know he's going to be dogged. You know he's going to be hanging
85.
around. Rhys Colley will know with his A game he can win this match, but because of that 4-1 loss in the first one, all of a sudden he needs to really win big.
26.
Well, this is the ideal start for 2 reasons. He started it quite strong himself, and you will like the fact that Ryan Harrington at the moment is not hitting back with too much.
And dare I say to you, Matt, that as much as he's wax lyrical about these darts and getting them back
55.
out, when things
Reece
don't go right, all of a
102.
sudden the reversal will happen. You think, why did I get these? They don't feel good.
Well, he put them away for a reason. And right now he's forgotten what that reason is.
Rhys Colley had this leg in the bag, and all you've done is just give Ryan Harrington just a little bit of a sniff. But he ain't taking a chance for Colley to see out this first leg.
62. $46.
He's got time on his hands, but if his first game's any sort of indication, he's going to need time. 12 darts. Missed at a double in that opening game when he went
48.
down 4-1 to Chris
Reese
Gilliland.
requires 16. Game on the first leg.
Well, it wasn't pretty.
Reese Colley.
Quite simply, Ryan Harrington is still in that players' lounge right now. He did not start at all. And the
Second
whole
leg,
night
Ryan to
started
throw
with these three
first.
darts of Ryan
Game
Harrington. He's
on.
got to forget that previous leg.
Well, that one was in off the post for
96.
Reese Colley. You saw the dart flicker. And he's a big Aston Villa fan, as you can see from the shirt, as you can see from the flights. I've asked him this question before.
135.
His favourite Aston Villa player? It's Juan Pablo Angel.
And number 9, wasn't he?
96.
Very good player.
100.
Yeah, this game is about confidence and belief in even a scrappy leg like that for Reese, and the fact that something you mentioned, Matt, the fact that Ryan is just not
60.
finding anything right now. He cannot believe what's happening. So solid in his Group B campaign. Pretty much dominated throughout despite finishing
54.
runner-up in the end. Just sense Reese Colley has to jump all over this mat now because
59.
I think we're both waiting for Ryan at least to start finding something.
And he will. And with that, though, brings its own pressures because Reese will be
85.
very well aware of that as well. Sometimes you try too hard to make the most of an opportunity.
46. Reese requires 127.
Bullseye.
Game shot.
Just double check first before that bullseye went in. That his
Colley.
opponent wanted 144, so there was no doubt he was going to go. Nothing's happened at all today for Reese. A scrappy
Third
first leg there.
Reese to throw first.
He did have a 180
Game
in
on.
that score. And then the bullseye to finish. Is that going to spark him into life?
93.
At the start of this game, he said the way he can confirm his qualification and keep it all in his own hands was a 4-0 victory for Reese Colley.
134.
We both thought that was a bit far-fetched, but right now, looking a genuine possibility.
58.
He already lost the dart in this leg, though. I've been waiting for Ryan to find at least a treble. A 1-3-4 start was his first score of a ton or more.
60. 140.
Reese Colley, who represented his country at the World Cup. It's a shortened format in the sense of players. An awful lot of responsibility. And last time,
99.
just before he represented England, he played at the MODUS Super Series and he wasn't anywhere near his best. And for me, I just was
70.
thinking he was really worried about going and representing his country, but he played really well. Came here last time at the MODUS Super Season, got to the final before losing out to Steve West. Saw real
60.
glimpses of brilliance
Reese
this week.
requires 140.
Now he's 140 points away here for 3-0.
Maybe he was just worried in case he brought back those red
100.
trousers.
Ryan requires 148.
Can you explain his Harrington performance? Because I can't.
No, it's not like he's
92.
not
Reese
experienced. It's
requires
not like he's not been
40.
here before on a Saturday night.
And it's not as if Colley's playing well. It's a C game, but a C game is
on
enough
the
for
third
3-0
leg.
right now.
Reese
Reese Colley is a
Colley.
leg away from automatic qualification. Just a
Fourth leg,
reminder of
Ryan
the
to throw
scenario. That man
first.
in your pitch, if he
Game
wins
on.
this leg, he will be the first player into the semi-finals at 10 p.m.
You would not have been predicting that when he walked off the
96.
stage following a 4-1 defeat to Chris Gilliland in our opening game, averaging just 78. We've seen 12 darts at a double. It just goes to show that no two games are the
100.
same. I think the worrying thing for Ryan Harrington, though, here is not just the
55.
fact that he's not playing well, he's losing the lie quite a lot on the 20s. A lot of left and right darts.
96.
I can imagine the interview if Reece Colley does win this 4-0 was like, just haven't played well at all, and I'm the first player through. He could be through before Justin Hood
45.
has even thrown a dart.
And all those darts, different angles as well. The release is just not there at the moment for Ryan.
60.
Just been positivity this week for Ryan, and like finding an old friend when you get an old dart out, but it can also be like eating a bit of sugar. It can be like a short-term rush. And all them thoughts, all them negatives that was maybe in his mind regarding his old darts, they're coming back to haunt him right now.
180.
The 180 cards get lofted into the air for the second time.
139.
Reece
Reece
Colley to
requires
confirm
65.
his place.
And Reece Colley with a 4-0 victory is the first player into the semi-finals, and look at the reaction there from Ryan Harrington. We've really built him up. He was superb in his Group B campaign, and Reece Colley walks off the stage thinking, what on earth has just happened? He lost his first game 4-1, remember, and a 4-0 victory would secure qualification, and that's exactly what he did. The highlight being the 1-2-7 finish. What a story we have here. As we go to Group 2, it's the first time we're going to see Justin Hood. He plays Harry Gregory next.
A very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Reece Colley qualified his way through to the semi-finals after getting the better of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs. Now, well, most of the fans that are in attendance here at the Live Lounge this evening are here to watch Justin Hood in action. As you can see, the massive are all here in huge numbers to see whether Happy Feet can dance his way to glory on that stage once again. He takes on Harry Gregory in his first assignment of the evening. Now, Gregory Gregory got the better of Joe Mernon by 4 legs to 3 in his opener from 3-0 down. So a victory for Gregory in this one would see him into the semi-finals. So Justin Hood looking to make it a second weekly win under this roof, and early on this evening, I had a chat with him. Justin, back on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. This is becoming a bit of a familiar habit now, isn't it?
Yeah, every time I've been down, I've got through and I've done all right, and hopefully tonight I can go a step further and win it again.
What's it about the Super Series that just clicks for yourself?
I just love the format's good, the round robin's decent, everyone here is friendly, relaxes me, and on Saturday night I love people coming up and watching.
You're a little bit of a showman, and I feel like the Saturday night and the stage really suits you.
Yeah, I play better when people are watching than when they're not. It's hard to get yourself motivated sometimes when you're by yourself, but it'll be different tonight. It'll be good.
In terms of this week, how would you assess how you played?
I've been good when I've needed to be. Under pressure, I've performed really well, but I've still got to sharpen up on a few things, and I'll put it right tonight.
We saw you win on debut. Where do you say your level is now compared to that debut win?
I'm a better player. I'm not in the form I was, but overall I'm a better player. So if it comes out tonight, I can win it comfortably, or I can lose heavily. It's all on the night, but I'm confident I can get the job done.
And finally, if you win, is it a step closer towards that Chinese restaurant again?
I'd say yeah, but I owe so much to the last one. I got to pay that debt off first, so I might have to win Champions Week as well.
How many do you have?
I don't want to talk about it. They give me a box. It's just me.
Well, we wish you all the very best tonight, Justin. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Game shot in the second leg.
Happy Feet takes the little fish.
Yeah, Happy Feet has got hungry eyes, and you can't disguise the fact that he has got winning on his mind. He takes on Harry Gregory, who's already picked up 2 points this evening, coming back from 3-0 down to get the better of Joe Mernon in a last leg decider. What's going to happen then in this, the fourth game of our evening session? Let's find out in the company of Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, great job, Henry. It's great to see you right in the crowd there, because them right over the right-hand shoulder of Justin are all here with him, and I just felt that that could be the deciding factor. I think it's been a super tight night, super tight 6 players. And Harry Gregory is right in the mix after his opening win. And what a win against Joe Mernon. The comeback of all comebacks. He'll be feeling great. But there's something really classy about Justin Hood. I'm a big, big fan. He knows how to win on a Saturday night. Series 3 where he beat Jacob Taylor in the final that time. He knows what he wants to do, how to do it. It's a tall order against Harry Gregory.
And I love his ambitions as well and his motivations.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Harry to throw first. Game on.
Justin Hood said that if he is to win Champions Week, he's going to buy a Chinese. And I don't mean just a Chinese to eat, but an actual restaurant. I think you had similar ambitions, didn't you, Glenn, with the kebab shop?
Bring back Scott Mitchell. Before a dart was thrown on Monday morning, 9:30 seems a long time ago when Chris Gilliland threw that first dart. This man in your picture was the 4-1 favourite. Always going to be a good. He's always going to be a favourite. He knows how to win here. He's a tremendous scorer, but a great character as well. And I guess on a Saturday night, that determination that he has.
58.
As I've mentioned, will the crowd play their part?
You were someone who always had quite a sizable local following, wasn't you, Glenn? Does it really make a big difference when you've got a nice little crowd of people there just for you?
It's great. It's great, but I remember winning a World Masters where it was just me and my wife who just, I didn't sort of ask people to stay away because it was just a long journey for them to get there. But it's very humbling.
98. Out of your car, 160.
But it's also difficult when you're not playing your best and they've spent good money to get there. I don't think Justin Hood lives too far away, and in an intimate venue like this, I think he'll be delighted with everyone there. And this would be the type of start he was looking for, not to be. Gregory will be back.
96.
I suppose you just want to give them something to cheer about, don't you? Something to justify the trip. That is still a possibility here. Now it's not. 2 slips there from Harry Gregory.
52.
He shouldn't be too
Just
concerned here, though, because he
68.
did manage to turn around a 3-0 deficit against Joe Mernon in his opening match.
Just sense that Hood's a good front runner. Big chance.
52. Out of your car, 16. Game shot on the
When
first
Harry
leg.
Gregory
Harry Gregory
left the building on Thursday night, he was absolutely relieved to win his last game because he'd lost his first 3.
Second leg, Justin to throw first. Game
At
on.
that point that his hopes were over to get here on Saturday night. But here we are now. He is in a fantastic position. And Harry
48.
Gregory, if he wins this game, of course, he will qualify and then would have a straight shootout between Hood and Joe Mernon.
$125.
Hood shows very little emotion, but last time, again with the crowd, he did get them involved. Once again, he's just keeping his emotions in check at the moment.
58. $96.
He's the favourite with the odds compilers to go on and
86.
win this title this week, which hasn't really moved too much, has it, throughout the week? It's been sort of solid and strong on Justin Hood being the favourite throughout.
80.
Yeah, we've seen moments of brilliance from a lot of players, including Justin Hood.
$140.
Right on cue, another moment of brilliance
92.
there from Justin Hood to leave himself on tops.
All about the first start. He's gone super aggressive. Is he going to go double-double? He did, but a chance for Hood to get back into this match.
Justin Car 40.
Very much on throw at the moment.
Game shot on the second leg. Justin Hood.
There's that crowd involvement that I was talking about there. Just that raises the decibel. And when we talk about moments of brilliance, the highest average of the week was from Justin Hood, 105.26, in a real statement of intent. It was an absolute pleasure to commentate on that one
57.
against Reece Colley.
$93. $58.
Yeah, great to see Paul Hinks, the referee. He'll be down for the week next week. And what a very, very impressive lineup we have next week. A lot of the professional players who've been to Q School who didn't get the card will be making their debut. Bradley Brooks, I'm looking forward to. Ted Evans, of
94.
course. Both World Youth Champions. Anyone stick out for you next week?
95.
I'm looking forward to seeing Steve Hine. I've not seen him for a long time. He was a very good friend of mine. We travelled together quite a bit. So I think selfishly, I'm looking forward to seeing the Muffin Man. And hopefully, he's brought some of those muffins.
$140. Out of your car, 112.
Harry Gregory just went to the water table after that 180. There is the option of treble 18 at this point, but that is a fabulous start.
80. Just in your car, 77.
Very similar to the first leg. It was a 68 finish for Hood that time. We'd expect to get a dart or a double on 77. Or will it be 2? It is 2 darts at a double.
67. Out of your car, 32.
Well, this is the game of opportunities.
14.
Yeah,
Just
they're
to
both
car
fairly
10.
quick players, but it just all feels a little bit laboured at the moment. And Justin, just trying to get his thoughts together.
Game shot on the third leg.
The
Justin
most
Hood.
important statistic of them all right now is that he leads 2-1. They look nervy faces, not only on Justin, but on his family and
Ball
friends
fake
as
Justin
well.
to throw first. Game on.
But with that lead, that breaker throw, well, that just to release a little bit the tension. We'll see his best game.
57. $98.
Harry Gregory already has a couple of points on the board due to beating Joe Mernon in his opening game. This is the first time we're seeing Justin Hood tonight, and for me,
81.
this is the perfect time to be playing because your games come thick and fast. You've seen people go up and play already. You're not too far away from the semi-finals.
56.
For someone like Reece Colley, he's already through now. He's got to now sit back and wait 3 matches before that semi-finals comes round.
57.
There's a lot of production before then as well. So for Reece, he's probably a good hour and 15 minutes away now from his game, where for Justin Hood, it's like the night's condensed.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that question with Reece Colley very early. I mean, that's a story in itself, the Reece Colley 4-1 defeat in his opening game, not playing
59.
well at all in his second game, but beats the hugely talented Ryan Harrington 4-0, and he sits pretty now, and it's like starting the night again. He's in the semi-finals, and he'll just start preparing
57.
for about an hour and a bit's time. But Justin Hood, he'll have watched what's gone on so far, probably itching to get on the stage. But he's in a match here against the player who's already got 2 points on the board, remember?
67. $142. Just
Fine
look at
effort
156.
from Harry Gregory. With a wire away from leveling up this match. He will come back, though, for the 25.
60. How do you car 25?
And what you feel is a must-hit chance.
Just like double 12, and that's
Game
the
shot on
reason
the
why.
fourth leg. Harry Gregory.
Superb effort on the 167. And Justin Hood just doesn't look happy with himself. The surroundings at the moment.
Fifth leg out, he did
He's
throw
very
first.
pensive, deep in
Game
thought.
on.
Whereas Harry Gregory is just very jittery, just loosening his shirt, looking very relaxed. If you didn't know any different, you would say this was the man who's favourite to win tonight. And with darts like that, who's going to argue, Matt?
Tends to feel with Harry Gregory that once he starts rolling, he starts rocking.
180.
Well, this is a start to the leg when you said neither player really sort of taking the advantage.
Crowd involvement as well. I'm not surprised with
139.
darts like that. I'm amazed he didn't stay on the treble 20 bed there. Going each time, Justin, something's bothered him. It's just like a little shake of the head each time, but
134.
whatever it is, he's got to get it out of his mind.
This happens so often when one player starts hitting, the other one starts going with them.
81.
Warming up nicely.
139. How do you car 101?
Not sure what we've been up. This is bubbling over.
His favourite double.
Game shot
What
on the
an
fifth leg.
outstanding finish, Harry Gregory. What was even better with that 101 finish is
Six
the
leg
fact that
Justin to throw
Justin was
first.
sat
Game
pretty.
on.
Harry Gregory. Leg away from qualification.
It's hard to take sometimes as well when you
58.
put a leg like that, which Justin Hood just did. 9 darts thrown, left himself on 48 and doesn't get to come back.
82.
Yeah, get to a stage now as well when you start thinking of 9 dart shootouts there, I say.
60.
Didn't even throw up that possibility earlier, despite the fact of how close we was suggesting that this night is going to be.
140.
We've had a 9 dart shootout for quite some time actually now.
Yeah, I'm getting it in my ears now saying, shut up,
100.
Glenn, from the production team. That's the last thing they need. Must be impressed with Harry Gregory. He
99.
was fairly new to me, been chatting with him throughout the week before he arrived here on Monday, just to find out a little bit more about him. And boy, is he delivering.
99.
Well, he has come through one of those qualifiers for the UK Open as well, which they're not easy. We're talking 150 players playing on
100.
6 or so boards, so you've got to be good for about 14 hours at times.
Well, he was the 10-1 outsider. He was my value for money bet as I stood at that stage tonight. Did I expect him to be Justin Hood?
80.
Oh, I don't think I did. And Justin Hood is probably going to be in a shootout with Joe Murner, so we're going to lose one of the big hitters if this top scores. And the way he's been finishing.
40. Justin Carr 135.
Treble 20. To bring him back to the bullseye. And Harry Gregory has got a handful of darts
58.
to book his place.
40.
The outsider of the field. Harry Gregory with an opening win. This for qualification. And this to be the second play into the semi-finals. It's double 10.
20. Justin Carr 77.
Drama. After a leg of almost perfection to take the 3-2 lead. He may need to do it again.
Justin Hood.
Big last dart there from Justin Hood.
Just a real nice touch as well.
Just
a little fist pump as you do when you go to a last leg decider. One player looks really excited and one player keeps shaking his head, and the one who's really looking positive, despite
100.
the fact those missed starts at the double, they could be on his mind. Or has that been superseded with the fact he knows he's throwing first and it's in his hands?
You get that little advantage of, if you can keep your mind clear, you can say, well, it was a bonus leg anyway. I'm not expected to win against the throat.
95.
Yeah, 2 treble visit needed here for Justin Hood.
Really like the use of the board as well there from
60.
Harry Gregory.
Don't we say that about young players all the time? I think part of the academies now is a big part of being that all-round versatile player now, is being clever
59.
and cute on the dartboard too.
That was just at the right time there
100.
for Justin Hood, because panic would be starting to set in after 7 darts without a treble. And you're already chasing the player throwing first.
57.
This could be an opening here. Justin Hood, if he can find a couple of trebles, would be first to a finish.
57.
Very much you can see what he thought about that. For Harry Gregory, just a reminder, if Harry wins this match, he's into the semi-finals. We'll have a straight shootout with 2 of the big
100.
hitters, Justin Hood and Joe Murnan. If Justin Hood can get through this match, wow, it's all still to play for. Doesn't particularly want to go back to the 20s, but 130 is a finish.
97.
So much
90.
different to 131.
Harry Gregory has had 4 match darts already.
He's got a 5th. This time it's the bullseye.
65. Justin Carr 130.
Second best in this leg. He's a classy operator, is Justin Hood.
Will he go safe here with that? Just sat a little bit awkward. No, he goes aggressive.
It's double 5.
125. Harry Carr 25.
Well, we know which route he likes. He'll be looking at the big one to start. There's the obligatory mess about with the shirt. Clean as a whistle on the big number.
1. Justin Carr
Just
5.
fluffs his lines.
That is 7 missed match darts now for Harry Gregory. Justin Hood will be checking the calendar to make sure it's not December the 25th.
Not only is it double one, but that first dart that he threw, remember, is making this so difficult. Harry Gregory can't look.
No score. Ariuka 24.
Just trying to lower the heart rate.
Likes the double
Game,
12.
shot,
It's
and
2
a
wins out
Harry
of 2,
Gregory.
and Harry Gregory is that second player into the semi-finals. Great crowd here, and Harry Gregory will be seeing them again in the semi-finals. And for Justin Hood, it's very, very simple now. He's in a match decider with Joe Myrne, and that is one to look forward to. Nothing in it in the game. A beautiful 101 finish from Harry Gregory, and that double 12 at the end seals qualification to the semis as we go back to Group 1, and it's Ryan Harrington against Chris Gilliland.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're joined alongside Harry Gregory. Harry, congratulations on making it through to the semi-finals, but goodness me, that was hard work, wasn't it?
Yeah, honestly, it's like that second game when it went 3-2 up, I was like, right, just one more leg and you through. But when it went 3-all, missed out ball, I was like, right, this is it now. I'm gonna have to hope for the best and see what happens in the other game. But I'm glad to finally hit a double and go through.
Let's talk about that first game against Joe Myrne, and you go 3-0 down in that game, and then suddenly it felt like something just flicked into life a little bit.
Yeah, I've played Joe the last 2 nights, and he's got the better of me both times. Last night it was 4-3, and the last leg kicked on well, but Joe hit the double, so I just thought, right, I'm having you this time, and just see what happens. As soon as it went 3-0 down, I was just like, right, I'm taking you here.
I know you don't really want to get involved in tight matches all the time. You probably would want to make life a little bit easier for yourself. But the fact that you've got through 2 games that are really tight, you've had to maybe at times in that game against Joe ride a couple of chances. Does that actually, going into the semi-finals, put you in some good stead because you're match sharp, you're battle sharp?
Yeah, it's like against Joe. I missed a few chances in the first couple of legs, but he took them, so I had to do the same when he missed them. It's just a game of darts, really, that I'm happy to get through, but at the end of the day, I just feel like it's a game of darts.
And just finally, how you find it out there with the crowd?
It's amazing. Honestly, I've never felt anything like it.
Well, we wish you all the very best in the semi-finals. Harry, thank you for popping by. Right, couple more games to go for us in the group stages. Gilliland and Harrington is our next game, and the Northern Irishman needs just a solitary leg to make it through. Here's Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harry. I mean, Henry. Well, yeah, Ryan Harrington, what a disastrous night it's been, that 4-0 defeat. I mean, you don't want to lose a game early, but to lose big as well, and the scenario is simple. This man in your picture just needs one leg in this best-of-7 game, and we'll have our semi-final, 3 of our semi-finals to go through. It's gone absolutely perfect for Chris Gilliland, but how do you play this game? He must be sick as a chip right now, Matt.
You play it with hope to begin with. I was in a very similar situation a few weeks back where you go up there knowing a 4-0 victory is going to put you in and you feel you can do it. And I'm sure Ryan Harrington,
First leg,
in the back of his mind,
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
he's capable of the task. And if anything, it really focuses the mind. You know you don't have opportunity. You know you can't get anything wrong.
137.
Yeah, I guess for Ryan Harrington now, he needs a little bit of luck, a bit of hope. But he's got to remain patient. He's got to still believe in the process, believe he can win this game 4-0.
57.
The problem he has is Chris Gilliland. He just has these spells of brilliance, Matt, and that's why you don't often see Chris lose 4-0. But Ryan Harrington, we've used the word dogged, fighter. I guess if someone can come through a scenario like this, Ryan Harrington's that type of character.
And if he did watch that opening game of Chris Gilliland, he may be having a little bit of hope because it was only a 77 average for Chris, which Ryan's going to know he's more than capable of bettering. And already, in regards to this performance, better than what we saw
100
in his 4-0 defeat to Reece Colley. He only had 2 scores of 100 or more in that one. He's already got 3 in this leg.
44. Ryan
think Chris
requires
Gilliland
130.
knows the situation? I needs one leg because he's come out extremely slow here.
If he does, the danger is that you sort of tick off the chances.
98.
You start with 4 and you go, right, I've still got 3 chances, I've still got 2 chances. And you sort of count them down, and that just sort of sets in the panic.
$42. Ryan requires 32.
Well, I did think not a chance as Ryan walked up. Is he going to get qualification this time?
Game
Well, he also said that when Harry Gregory was 3-0 down his opener to Joe Mernon. Stranger things have happened on this stage, and that was a
second leg. Chris to throw first.
very slow start from this man. No panic on his face just yet.
I think if there is panic, it will come from the fact that he's
125.
sprayed darts around the board on that opening leg, but he does just need the 1. We'll have the throw. 2 out of the 4 legs. But this is so much better from Ryan Harrington. Just looking so much more composed. Seems to be throwing the darts with so much more purpose.
$95.
Yeah, I totally agree that he's thrown with more with purpose. That was especially the second dart on that 180 as well.
93.
And remember, the 2 grams lighter than the dart has been thrown for a while. He'll feel thinner in his hand as well. But subconsciously, you feel that you have to throw it harder because it feels thinner, it feels lighter.
45.
I mean, the fact that Chris Gilliland won his first game, he did only average in the late 70s in that win.
140.
The doubles was the problem for Chris Gilliland. 4 from 17, but There's a bigger problem here, the fact that he's not getting to them.
And I'm going to add to the problem, Matt. He goes 2-0 up here. Ryan has the darts in the next leg and will be a favourite to go 3-0. I'm telling you, then there will be the collywobbles.
When you open a Saturday night with a 4-1 victory, you feel like it's kind of job done. Just like Ryan probably thought that was job done coming back for tops over pitches. And now he's left himself on a 2-dart combination.
And he was going for treble 19 there. You could see with his eyes. And then last second, these are worrying times for Chris Gilliland.
97.
But Ryan Harrington, despite the fact everything's going his way, you've still got to hit that double.
Game shot in the second leg.
Interesting narrative now.
Ryan Harrington.
The fact that it's 2-0 means he's halfway there for this unlikely qualification for Ryan Harrington. To beat Chris Gilliland is tough.
Third leg,
in the first place, to win it 4-0.
Game on.
I sense was almost impossible as they walked on the hockey. But Harrington has the darty because he comes a big favourite to go 3-0 up.
Just think what price that would have been.
46.
Chris Gilliland, the odds-on favourite to win the match.
$140.
As he found that level of composure he's going to need to find for 15 darts or so to get the job done.
95.
I have no problem with his composure. He looks calm and collected. If anything, I'd like to see him look a little bit agitated. He just looks too lethargic. He just looks...
This happens, though. Sometimes
97.
you try to calm yourself down and you almost go too far. You try and stay in control of your emotion too much. And you sort of think the situation's going to cause the nerves.
180.
Well, what a night of darts for drama we're having tonight. It may not be the 110 averages I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the drama, the comebacks, the unpredictable
60.
scores, the bizarre results. But this one may be the stranger of them all. Ryan Harrington, remember, as he walked on that stage against Chris Gilliland, who's got 2 points already, won Group A,
60.
needed 4-0 victory. He's 120 points away from being 75% of the way there.
$100. Ryan requires 120.
This for a considerable switch of momentum in this match and this
Game
group.
shot
This
in
is
the third leg.
sensational stuff.
Ryan Harrington.
You'd have said to Ryan Harrington, you're going to get down to 3-0 just to give yourself an opportunity. Penny for your
Fourth
thoughts,
leg,
Chris Gilliland.
Chris to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think we know Ryan Harrington knows what he's up against here. He knows the fight he's in.
It's quite simply a one-leg shootout now.
85.
This is some turnaround from Ryan Harrington. Averaged just 72. Didn't get a dart at a double and only had 2 scores of 100 or more in his opening game. Now averaging 107 in a
81.
game. He has to win 4-0.
A couple of times this week, Matt, I said he doesn't have a real A game, or haven't seen a real A game from Ryan for a long time. And I said, you don't often see a 105, 107 average from him. But he's dogged, he's a fighter, he's a scrapper. And if it gets to situations where he needs to just hold his own in a last leg shooter, he's your man. Well, he's demonstrating both. But here comes Gilliland.
140.
Strap yourself in. This is tight.
Gilliland is not had a dart at a double yet in this game, which will bring with it its own problems, because when he gets
45.
down, he'll then... that thought will just trigger in his mind.
But for the first time, Gilliland in this match can see that winning line of qualification. Probably needs a treble 19s, just enough to see.
57.
Just gives a chance. A 180 here from Harrington.
49. Chris requires 138.
And all the hard work to get himself into a position as Ryan Harrington. But he's now just offered this to Chris Gilliland, a free setup shot.
58.
About to say that could be the dart of the match, that treble, but 80 is not a gimme. If Ryan could just put some pressure on him, and that treble makes it even more interesting.
85.
Both on two darters.
Chris requires 80.
He will be nervous as he goes for this. Has to stay straight. That's what the cardinal sin is on the 80 finish. Now he needs a treble, doesn't get it. Harrington
40.
can qualify
Ryan
with his 97 finish.
97.
Needs a treble.
That was a double-double, Matt.
The first
57.
opportunity at a double here for Chris Gilliland.
Requires 40.
And remember, this was a one-leg shootout for qualification. It's the battle of tops. If this goes, Gilliland is through and Harrington is out. The perfect marker. Well,
20.
well, well. The crowd is stunned,
Ryan
and I'm telling you,
requires
if truth be
40.
told, the comms box is stunned as well. Ryan Harrington is 40 points away from qualification. What a
Game,
stunning
shot,
performance
and
from
a
Ryan
match.
Harrington.
Ryan
And that one will be a
Harrington.
tough take for Chris Gilliland. Fair play. Didn't give him much chance as Ryan Harrington walked on that rocky there. Remember, he had to win it 4-0. He did win it 4-0. Was averaging well over 100 throughout and kept his bottle right at the end. A 96.97 performance of the night. Well done, Ryan Harrington. And it's another straight shootout up next. It's Justin Hood against Joe Mernon.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I'm joined alongside a very relieved Ryan Harrington backstage. 4-0 victory, real big performance, and when you needed it as well.
Yeah, I mean, going into that game after my first performance was going to be a struggle. There was going to be so much nerves into that. And although I've been playing well the last 2 nights, going into that was so bad. So to perform like that in the first 3 legs and put it to bed quickly, the last leg was sketchy. But when, you missed 3 darts at tops, you saw me take a step back and go, you couldn't buy yourself a double now. So I'm so relieved that first dart went plumb in that double top.
Did you know you needed 4-0?
I did not. My only thought was just try and win. And when I went 3-0 up, I thought, okay, we'll carry on this form and make it 4-0 against one of the better players that are here tonight. So yeah, again, I'm just so relieved that that's gone in.
You didn't genuinely know, did you? Because you walked in here and you were like, well, is it my time to go home now? You genuinely thought that was it. And was that maybe that little bit of playing with freedom maybe helping you in that game?
No, I don't think it was playing to freedom at all, because in my brain, it was still just try and win and not embarrass yourself after the first game. So there was no freedom whatsoever. I still got up there. I was probably more nervous in that game than I was the first game. And maybe I just need to put more nerves on myself to perform better.
Possibly right into the semi-finals then, so you can rank up a few more nerves, that's fair to say. And look, you've been to this point of a week before, you've got to a final before, so this isn't alien territory for yourself.
No, it's not. Now that I say I've done the hard work, the work's just started. Into the semi-final, there's the 4 players in there that, every player in there is fantastic. It's then carrying that form onto the semi-finals and hopefully the final. So, I'm going to get back in that room. I'm going to take maybe 2 minutes just to calm down a little bit, get back on that practice board and make that form last throughout the whole night.
Is there a feeling in your mind this could be the beginning of Ryan Harrington 2.0?
I think could be the beginning of Ryan Harrington 1.0. I don't think there's been quite a 1.0. I know that sounds arrogant. I know that sounds pig-headedness. But with where I've been at in my past to where I am now with my mindset, I think I've been more mature with my darts now. I think there's still a 1.0 to come out before we go to a 2.0.
Is this the place to do it, do you feel?
I really hope so. I hope this is the start of it. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll let you go and prepare for your semi-final, which you didn't even know you were going to play in. Right, we'll let you go and prepare one final group match for us here. It's the finale as far as Group 2 is concerned. It sees Joe Mernon in action up against Justin Hood. And, well, the knockout darts begins from here because it is a win-to-stay-in match. And, well, somebody is going to be taking on Ryan Harrington in the semi-finals. Ryan, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's head down to Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Henry, and a very refreshing interview. He speaks very, very well, Ryan Harrington, and maybe it was a good thing that he didn't realise what the bigger picture was, but a performance I won't forget, that 4-0 victory to you'd have to say, a devastated Chris Gilliland, who really just did not turn up on Saturday night. But it's all about the 2 players in your picture now, in front of this fantastic crowd tonight, I have to say. Joe Mernon lost his tour card last year, had difficult times on the dartboard, but using the MODUS Super Series as a way to come back, a way to get his confidence. And before a dart was thrown this week, the guy throwing his dart, Justin Hood, was the favourite to top it, but it hasn't gone perfectly well tonight for these two. Both have lost to young Harry Gregory. And now, Matt, we have what we like here at the MODUS Super Series, a straight fight.
That's what the players are like as well. Essentially, you can just get into that mindset now that this is the quarterfinals. Composure.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First
Written
leg,
across
just into
both
throw
players.
First. Game on.
But who's going to be able to produce that little spark of quality? In regards to CVs, Joe Mernon's gone further in the game.
40.
But in regards to recent form, you've got to put that to Justin Hood.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the people who I've spoken to sort of today, tonight, I'd have to say a lot of people fancied Joe Mernon because of his CV, and an awful lot of people really, including myself, really fancied Justin Hood, and that was cemented when I walked in to see that the majority of that crowd on the right-hand side of the shoulder of when Justin Hood next throws. It's an awful lot of people that travel there. There must be around about 20 of them to see Justin. And as Matt alluded to, that can put maybe some added pressure, but there's just something in him. Maybe just in his eyes right now, but this is again a different version of Justin Hood this time.
A quicker version maybe as well?
I thought a lot of tonight the players have been playing fairly slow, and that was quite noticeable in the previous game too, but it's 9 double 16 for a 12 darter.
9.
Time on his hands after this big power scoring leg.
100.
Back-to-back 140s before the max.
Yeah, it's been a considerable move, and visually you can see with Justin Hood how determined he looks.
Justin Hood.
That's a 14 dart hole. Could have been better. A little bit of missed dart, but he won't care a jot about that. He just wants to get over the line. It does feel, and it is knockout darts now. That may just suit both players.
57.
A very motivated man, isn't he? Justin Hood wants to get that Chinese takeaway.
What's interesting you're saying, I know it's joking aside, as in the last couple of words, the Chinese takeaway. I don't often see that motivated Justin Hood. I see
100.
someone who just goes through the motions, and dare I say I got a little bit frustrated watching him because I know how good he is. But as soon as he walked on the hockey in this match,
99.
Everything's changed. I just think there's a snarl. I think there's just he really wants this match right, and I think that suits his game.
A bit of aggression.
60.
The bit of pace is certainly suiting his game. He just seemed far too deliberate for me in that first match.
59.
And I've promised myself not to have favourites when I'm sat here. You've got to have no bias, but you know, Joe Murnan was good to me on my slide in the game, and
81.
like I say, he's had his problems with his health, he's had his problems with his game, and it's great to see him up there right now and giving everything.
60.
And enjoying the battle once again as well, by the looks of things here.
Yeah, good shout, Matt. I think he'll walk away and just, it's nice to be involved. He's at a level now with players he knows he can beat. That elite dart has an awful lot to say when you're winning games. It can do an awful lot to you mentally. And you can actually fall out of love with the game. So he's back on a level playing field, you sense.
140. Just look at 120. 56. Joe Luca, 86.
Well, he's gone aggressive on the treble 16 Hood. Bullseye.
47.
The only reason I query that 16 is that if he'd have stayed on the 20 bed, he just needed a single dart, but that's the reason he did it. It's double 8. And it's a 2-0 lead. Justin Hood has come to the party. And that crowd that have followed him, they finally got smiles on their faces.
Third leg, Justin to throw first. Game on. $98.
Been drama-free so far for Justin Hood. So far.
I usually do that.
$99.
Yeah, good start from Justin Hood, but that 180 from Joe Murnan. He needs to break Justin Hood to win this game, remember now.
60.
In fact, he has to break him twice. It's a tough ask now for Joe Murnan.
57.
I think there's a player, Matt, when you're up there, us commentators saying he's got to break him twice. You don't actually statistically count up there, do you, each leg? It's very much in your own hands.
140.
Yeah, absolutely not. That's for us trying to tell the story as a player. You don't worry about who's throwing first a lot of the time.
60.
Remember having that conversation with Rob Cross, who really did drill that in, that point that just give yourself those opportunities. There's nothing worse
97.
than the opponent giving you a chance and you're not being on an opportunity, not being on a finish, whether it's 170 or whatever it is. You've got to give yourself that hope.
135. Joe car 24. Game shot
That's
of the
fabulous
third
dart
leg,
from
Joe
Joe Mernon.
Mernon.
13 darter. Very rarely does he show emotion. But inside he's thinking to himself, I'm back in this match right now.
Fourth leg Joe to throw first.
Still advantage
Game on.
Hood.
$85. 100.
What's your assessment of the night so far?
I would say everything we said at the start of the show has been vindicated.
180.
Because I don't think we've seen anything that we didn't expect to see. And, you know, we've seen a 4-0 win for a
100.
player who needed to go through 4-0. We've seen a player come from 3-0 down to win. And I'm still not surprised.
Yeah, I think the only
45.
caveat to that is I didn't expect either Joe Mernon or, and certainly from my point of view, Justin Hood to go out in the round-robin phase. So one of these two big hitters will be going. But apart from
60.
that, it's just been a week of ups and downs and incredible comebacks, big stories, but hardly anything to separate the players this week.
61.
And it could just take someone to win it tonight. That's just that real bit of magic. And yeah, the story's certainly still in front of us, but it's been a great week.
140. Joe car 130.
A level up.
Treble leaves the ball.
94.
It's
Justin
kind of a
Ricard,
happy accident
101.
if he is to return back to the board.
Yeah, not return to the board after that first dart. It's double 16. These are the moments. These are the big darts.
69. Joe car 36.
Well, these are big darts for a level game here. 3 darts in hand at the double 18. Beautiful wall of darts.
Game
Surely
shot
had
of
to
the
be, and
fourth
it
leg,
is.
Joe Mernon.
Joe Mernon levels us up. But he's going to need to find a break somewhere in what would essentially be a
This
best
leg,
of 3
Justin, you throw
match.
first.
Yeah, I
Game
think the
on.
game of Joe Mernon's in decent shape, you know. I tell you what, they were unlucky darts them first two, and I thought, here we go again for him.
43.
And right now, that momentum switch we talk about so often, that swingometer has gone in the way of Joe Mernon. He was 2-0 down in this match, remember.
60.
Well, 2-0 down and not putting up too much resistance either to the Justin Hood performance. And now we are in an absolute scrap.
139.
You mentioned about that crowd and the people here to watch Justin Hood, but
140.
I just sense right now that there's a lot of nervous energy in there from family and friends, and that might just be transmitting itself a little bit.
94.
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, that
Sometimes
lady,
when you're here on your own, like Joe is, you can play that sort of spoiler,
45.
that pantomime villain, and you can just get on and do your job. Whereas the thought process for Justin Hood could be, I don't want to let these down. I mean, I know you let an awful lot of people
43.
down with your performances against Darius Lavanauskas at the World Championships, but so you might understand.
I mean, coming from a person who's had the worst win record I've ever seen on record, just 4% for a whole year.
83.
Focus
Not
on the
one more.
negatives. What we need to focus on is a very, very tight match right now, and there's that lateral drift.
110.
But a decent response from that first dart.
So he's got it back under control here.
57.
Justin Hood, he's
Justin
got it back
Ricard,
in his own
72.
hands.
These are the types of finishes I harp on about. This time it's 2 darts at a double. Double 3.
$66.
The good thing
Joe
was, yeah,
Ricard,
the good thing was that he can
160.
really attack that double 3. No one ends up there, but these will be nervy times. You won't want to watch these. Don't turn around. It's tops for Mernon.
96. Justin Ricard 6.
Remember that moment.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Big exchange. Big darts. And finally, we get a few smiles from the Justin
Sixth leg
Hood
Joe to throw
section.
first. Game on. .43.
And that swingometer has now gone in the way of Justin Hood. One big score you feel here. One seriously big score.
140.
They don't come much bigger than that.
180.
Yeah, sometimes that crowd, with it being such an intimate venue, can get involved at the wrong times. But you have to say, not only a great crowd, but they're making a fantastic spectacle, just letting
93.
the players play the game. It's really exciting moments here. Are we going to go down to the final leg?
100.
Vernon picking up the pace now. Just both players just getting on with this at a very good clip and at a very good standard.
174.
Hood is just in time.
.96. Justin Hood 94.
You can just see he's thinking, shall I go bullseye? Shall I go treble 18? He's gone the traditional route. It's double 16 for the match.
62. Joe Luca 82.
You talk about the swing and the backwards and forwards in this match. It's double 16 now for Joe Mernon. Take us all the way.
Game shot on
And
the
he
sixth
pings
leg.
it with a last start in hand. Justin Hood would have been stood at the back of the stage hoping for another visit to the board. Instead,
Seventh
we
and
go
final
back
leg,
to
Justin
501
Hood
for a
first.
one-leg
Game on.
shootout. Advantage, Justin Hood, very slightly.
What a fabulous night of darts. It's been full of drama. And that double 16 there, he had to go over that
96.
first dart as well. Not a huge reaction from Justin Hood. He's trying to keep his emotions in check. Joe Mernon is the type of person when he's on the rocky not to give too much away.
55.
But the heart will be pounding right now.
.57.
Swingometer is now on Joe Mernon.
.92.
Should go down to the 19s. Not only goes down, but hits the treble twice.
134.
Experience, Matt.
Well, he's playing his part here, Joe Mernon, after just 9 darts, leading himself on 132. Against the throw in this situation, Joe Mernon would have been thinking 12 darts.
132.
Been so good on this bullseye, hasn't he? Just needs to get his thoughts together. He's still in control here.
With the throw, you think 15. Against, you think 12.
82. Justin Hood 116.
Left a 2-darter. 1 dart if he wants to. But champions are made for moments like this. Treble 19 just next door. Are we moments
60.
of seeing
Joe
the
Luca
favourite for the
50.
competition going out, Joe Mernon, for the match? It's tops. And sense the tension.
10.
Quite a
Justin
way
Hood
off there for
56.
Joe Mernon. So Justin Hood could get 2 darts himself. Joe Mernon probably should have had 2 darts. Missed the big number. Not the same mistake here from Hood.
And we have our semi-final field sorted with that fantastic finish by Justin Hood under pressure. It was an engrossing, enthralling encounter. that went all the way. Joe Mernon, please see the positives from this week. It's been a fantastic debut here, and you were just a double away from qualification there, but under the most intense pressure, Justin Hood just got over the line in the end in what was a sensational match of what's been an absolutely brilliant night, and we'll be back for the semi-finals at 10 p.m.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Justin Hood gets over the line, getting the better of Joe Mernon in the last leg decider. Justin, many congratulations on making it through to the semi-finals, but boy, did you make hard work of that.
Yeah, you got to keep people entertained. Like, there's no point going out there winning 4-0 when you can win 4-3.
I'll tell you what, you've got a fair few fans in here this evening. When things got a little bit tricky this evening, were they a help for you?
Yeah, definitely. You got like 10 people here, and then you got your sister who's like 8 people. It definitely helps.
In terms of this evening then, in terms of the way you played, how have you felt you played? 'Cause it felt like a bit of a different in level from the first game to the second.
I felt comfortable up here. I just haven't played well yet. So click in the semis and the final, hopefully, and I'll walk away with the money and the trophy.
The fact that you've been here before, we mentioned it a little bit early on tonight, the fact that you've been here before, you've won this competition in the past. Going into those knockout matches, does that serve as a difference in your favour?
No, I've been playing darts a long time. It's first to 4 legs. Anyone can beat anyone, but I know if I play my best game, I will win. I will beat anyone in the world. But if I don't, I can lose. So I haven't played well and I'm through, so happy days. Can only get better.
Are they a fourth dart, them lot?
Wow. Yeah, a lot of them are, but Belle's like 8 darts. That's my sister. She's fat.
Right, on that note, Justin, thank you very much. We'll see you for the semi-finals in just a second. Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What an intriguing night we have had so far here in Portsmouth. Glenn Dowen has been commentating on all the action in the commentary box. He joins myself on stage now. And is it fair to say that after 3 games, what we expected to see happen actually became the total opposite?
I think we've seen absolutely everything. I mean, first of all, let's start with Harry Gregory. I mean, I think that answers your question in a sense that we didn't expect him to qualify from that group. And he's on with 2 wins out of 2, sat pretty, going into that final one there. I mean, the whole night has just been full of drama, tension. It's been a fantastic watch for the neutral, but for the players, whew, boy, did he go down the wire.
Is it also fair to say that when you look at the 6 players this evening, particularly those that made it through to the semi-final, 1 good, 1 bad in terms of performance?
Yeah, I mean, no one's really stood. I mean, Harry Gregory, 2 wins out of 2, look good. I mean, you know, your mind just is just wondering, the comeback from Ryan Harrington, first of all, where on earth do you start with that? I mean, you win your first game 4-1, and then you go out with the competition. And it's that like conversation regarding Chris Gilliland of, you know, for them past 2 days, has he done enough before coming here Saturday night? Like I said, it's been a wonderful, wonderful night of intriguing darts.
And also another point of intrigue is if you look at Justin Hood's numbers, you look at Ryan Harrington's numbers, when they needed to produce those, they did.
Yeah, Justin Hood is a real classy player. I mean, he's got that real combination of being such a big 180 hitter. He's good under pressure, good finisher. I've questioned his character at times and just felt he plays the game quite lethargic, and especially when there's no crowd. And I wanted to see a bit of oomph from him. I wanted to see a bit of fight, and I just think we got there at the end. But fair play to Joe Mernon, he put on a real spectacle.
What do you mean by lethargic? Is it maybe the fact that he can be laid back at times?
Just going through the motions. When you're as good as Justin Hood, I think you want to see, I mean, not particularly tonight. I'm also a big fan of people keeping their emotions in check and being cool and calm. But sometimes the game looks ridiculously easy for him. And I think at times you need just a reminder that you've still got to give it that application as well.
We haven't spoken about Rhys Colley so far tonight. Is he going to like that fact?
He hasn't played well. And again, it was just another most incredible turn of events. He was out and then he comes back with a win without being anywhere near his best. But he's had a long time from his last game to now, and I think that could be a good thing. I mean, now it's something that you mentioned in the previous interview. It's a knockout system now, and I think that helps the players more. Those round-robin games early doors, they are tough.
Well, we'll let you have a little breather. We'll be back from 10 o'clock for all of the semi-final action, followed by the final to see who the 11th name through to Champions Week is going to be. And, well, we're none the wiser as to who that person's going to be. Hello, a very good evening and welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where it is packed to the rafters in Portsmouth tonight. The Live Lounge really is the hottest ticket in town, and we've seen some tremendous tungsten tussles on this Saturday night as 6 look to become the Super Series 11 champion here in Series 6 of this particular competition. It's been tight, it's been tense, and this is the best of the action as described by Matthew Edgar and Glenn Doherty.
And 6 missed darts at a double, and all of a sudden it's not so rosy. Colley never in this leg of darts, remember. He is now
the first leg.
from absolutely nowhere, Reece Colley.
Reece requires 64.
That was one of the areas he wasn't very happy with himself. Reece Colley can get back in this match. He's going to need a dart at tops.
24. Chris
When you're
requires
missing doubles, these sort of
110.
combination shots are normally the ones you start polishing up.
Well, it hasn't been pretty. But Chris Gilliland is a dart away from victory
Game,
and
shot,
get it for the
and
real
a
one
match.
moment of
Chris
this match of
Gilliland.
absolute quality. He won Group A in the end because he has that demonstration of real high scoring.
Junior car 63.
A big moment in this match. Like it's a big defeat here for Harry would be tough to come back from. It's 1 dart at tops. And there's the composure. And this
Game
time
shot
there's
on
the
the third leg.
execution.
Joe
Mernon leads
Mernon.
3-0. Will he be back? Joe Mernon 1-2-1. He needs treble 17.
57. Adio car 32.
Are we going all the way? Yes,
Game
we
shot on the
are.
sixth leg.
And fair
Harry
play to Harry
Gregory.
Gregory at 3-0 down. 3-3, 1-3-2 apiece. Treble 19.
48.
Expect to see
Joe
Joe go in the
132.
exact same route here for the 1-3-2. Another one of those. Leaves double 16.
100. Adio car 84.
Well, the superlatives were ready to come out there, Joe Mernon, because that was a fantastic effort. It's double 11 for the match. And what
Game
a
shot of the
finish,
match,
what a
Harry
match,
Gregory.
and what an incredible comeback from Harry Gregory. He had an absolute nightmare, remember, on his opening night.
Reece requires 127.
Bullseye.
Game shot in
Just
the
double
second
check
leg.
first before that
Reece
bullseye went in that his
Colley.
opponent wanted 1-4-4, so there was no doubt he was going to go. And all them thoughts, all them negatives that was maybe in his mind regarding his old darts, they're coming back to haunt him right now.
180.
The 180 cards get lofted into the air for the second time.
139.
Reece
Reece
Colley
requires
to confirm
65.
his place.
And Reece Colley with a 4-0 victory is the first player into the semi-finals. And look at the reaction there from Ryan Harrington.
Yeah.
Right on cue, another moment
Adio
of
car
brilliance
92.
there from Justin Hood to leave himself on tops.
All about the first dart. He's gone super aggressive. Is he going to go double-double? He did, but a chance for Hood to get back into
52.
this match.
Justin car 40.
Very much on throw at the moment.
Game shot on the second leg. Justin Hood.
There's that crowd involvement that I was talking about there. Just that raises the decibel.
Adio car 101.
Not sure what we've been up. This is bubbling over.
His favourite double.
Game shot
What
on the
an
fifth leg.
outstanding finish. Harry Gregory.
Justin car 77.
Drama. After a leg of almost perfection to take the 3-2 lead. He may need to
Game
do it
shot on the
again.
sixth leg. Justin Hood.
Big last start there from Justin Hood. Just trying to lower the heart rate.
Likes the double
Game
12.
shot
It's
and
2
about
wins out of
Harry
2, and
Gregory.
Harry Gregory is that second player in the semi-finals. Great crowd here, and Harry Gregory will be seeing them again in the semi-final.
Ryan requires 120.
This for a considerable switch of momentum in this match and this
Game's
group.
on
This
the
is
FedEx.
sensational stuff.
Ryan Harrington.
You'd have said to Ryan Harrington, you're going to get down to 3-0 just to give yourself an opportunity. Remember, this was a one-leg shootout for qualification. It's the battle of tops. If this goes, Gilliland is through and Harrington is out. The perfect marker. Well,
20.
well. The crowd is stunned,
Ryan
and I'm telling you,
requires
if truth be
40.
told, the comms box is stunned as well. Ryan Harrington is 40 points away from qualification. What a
Game,
stunning
shot,
performance
and
from
the
Ryan
match,
Harrington.
Ryan
And that one will be a
Harrington.
tough take for Chris Gilliland.
Just
The only
in the car,
reason I
64.
query that 16 is that if he'd have stayed on the 20 bed, he just needed a single dart, but that's the reason he did it. It's 8-8. And it's a
Game show
2-0
the
lead.
second
Justin
leg.
Hood has come to the
Justin
party.
Hood.
And that crowd that have followed him, they've finally got smiles on their faces.
Just in your car, 6.
Remember that moment.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Big,
Justin
big
Hood.
exchange. Big darts.
You can just see he's thinking, shall I go bullseye? Shall I go treble 18? He's gone the traditional route. It's double 16 for the match.
62. Joe car, 82.
You talk about the swing and the backwards and forwards in this match. It's double 16 now for Joe Mernon. Take us all the way.
Game shot on
And
the
he
6th
pings
leg.
it with a last
Joe
start in
Mernon.
hand. Justin Hood would have been stood at the back of the stage hoping for another visit to the board. Instead,
Seventh
we
and
go
final
back
leg,
to
just season
501 for a
first.
one-leg
Game on.
shootout. Could get 2 darts himself. Joe Mernon probably should have had 2 darts. Missed the big number. Not the same mistake here from Hood.
And we have our semi-final field sorted with that fantastic finish by Justin Hood under pressure. It was an engrossing, enthralling encounter.
Yeah, it really has been a night littered with drama here at the Super Series. We've been watching it all in the company of prime time Matthew Edgar, who joins me on stage now. And to be honest, at any point of the night, did we really know what was going to happen in those group stages, really, did we?
No, and at no point in those games did we know what was going to happen in them. We saw players 3-0 up and end up losing the lead. We've seen all sorts of things happen tonight. It's been an absolute crazy night, and we're only just getting started. This is where it really gets fun.
Right, let's have a look and tell you what's happened so far this evening. These are the results from the 6 matches thus far. Every player getting a chalk on the board in Group 1 and quite comprehensive as well. Right, so it was a terror, the exact opposite in Group 2. Every game going the distance, 4 legs to 3. And so that sets up our 2 semi-finals. Reece Colley up against Justin Hood and Harry Gregory up against Ryan Harrington. And we're going to preview them now in the company of Prime Time himself. Let's begin with Justin Hood because he lost his first game, but boy, did he recover in the second.
It was a very nervy game, that one, and a very nervy wait with Joe Mernon. It came down to the last leg. Joe Mernon should have had 2 match darts. He only ended up having 1, missed a big number, probably just unsettled him a little bit towards the end. Justin Hood, full composure, full quality, got over the line. And now, when you sort of come here and you are the favourite and you know you're the favourite, get through that first bit, get past that first hurdle, now it really gets interesting. This is the knockout darts. This is where he can really start to show his quality.
Reece Colley, yet to see the best from him so far tonight, but is he the type of player that any moment could just flick the switch?
100%. I rate Reece Colley very highly, but yet he keeps not performing when he comes here. And he's not performed so far, but he's in the semi-final. So with that, there's a lot to take. If he had come here and blown people away with 100 average, you'd go, okay, that's good, can you keep it going? He's managed to win with performances that have been subpar, so he knows if he can start to find that A game, he can pick up this title.
And just finally, how good have this crowd been tonight? It's packed to the rafters here in Portsmouth. A lot of them here to watch Justin Hood in action. They've made a good noise, and you know, it's been a nice crowd as well, hasn't it?
But will he be going home happy or disappointed? Because like you say, a lot of them are here to see Justin Hood. Can he get over the line and win it and set himself up for that Chinese?
Have you guys been having a good night in the crowd? They have most certainly enjoyed their evening here in Portsmouth. And here at the Super Series in a few weeks' time, this is a night you might want to get your tickets for, because we've got a bit of double trouble ahead.
Game shot in the second leg.
Happy Feet takes the little fish.
Well, what an evening these fans have been treated to here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Just 3 more matches to go, and at the end of them, we'll know the 11th identity through to Champions Week, which takes place a couple of weeks today. Tickets still available for that, incidentally, via dartshop.tv. We'll scan the QR code for you in the middle of this game as well to tell you how you get through to Champions Week. Well, these two want the most direct of invites there. Reece Colley, well, he's come close before. He lost in the final in the last series to Steve West. As for Justin Hood, he's already tasted Champions Week. He won his place in Series 3, and he did so in dramatic style as well. He won a real good week. It consists in the likes of Jacob Taylor and Barry Van Peer to pick up the jackpot prize. But let's get into our first semi-final then. Is Chaos going to reign supreme, or are we going to see some more happy feet on the stage? Let's find out in the commentary box alongside Matthew Edgar. It's a very good evening to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, a very good evening, Henry, and good evening to all our viewers as well on Sporty Stuff TV. It's been an incredible night of drama, as Matthew Edgar and Henry spoke about prior there. Some of the comebacks, some of the finishing, but you just sense now that you just want to get to the semi-final, so that round-robin phase, I think both players will be relaxed. But the narrative for me here, it'll be refereed by Eddie Mason, as you can see.
First leg,
but the narrative here is around about 8:30 today. Reece Colley realised he'd qualified, so he's had a good hour and 40 to prepare for this game, whereas Justin Hood has just been involved in an absolute classic with Joe Mernon literally 30 minutes ago. Is he over that yet? Has he had time to relax, Matthew Edgar?
I think the way in which the players' nights have gone, I think it was the perfect scenario for both. I think Reece Colley needed time to take stock and take time on the practice board in order to sort of regather and have part 2 of his night. Where for Justin Hood, he just needs to be in a continuation. I think it's the perfect scenario for both players.
81.
Well, Justin Hood was my pick of the night, and not because of his ability on the dartboard. When I walked in, it's been a sensational crowd in here tonight, and not affecting the game. It's a very intimate venue. The acoustics in the building are great, so when you have got a lot of support there as well, and I just thought there could be that extra dart for Justin Hood, but what it nearly turned out to be, it also almost became a hindrance, didn't it? He was putting too much pressure on himself with that crowd there.
170. Justin requires 160. $82. Reece requires 145.
Some save for Reece Colley, who's trying to protect his throw here.
59.
170 set of gave him a
Justin
chance, but once again,
78.
trebleless. Justin Hood, you look at the 18 segment. For an early need and break a throw.
Just had to open up this target coming across the off-keep.
58.
Dart he felt was in the way, and he
Reece
caught the flight on the way
86.
through. It's now the bullseye for Reece.
61.
Width of a wire.
Justin requires 20. Thank you. No need for that. No score. Reach requires
25 points for Reece Colley. Hold on to his throat in quite dramatic style.
An interesting way to go. Double 11 with it being the odd number, because you can go into that big
With
11.
respect to both players when they are throwing, can we please be quiet? Thank you.
I did mention it's
Second
a very
leg, Justin to throw first.
small,
game on.
intimate arena there. And like I say, just one voice can put somebody off. I don't think it'll be intentional. The referee will deal with it and we'll move on from there.
54.
Reece Colley leads 1-0.
$99. $120.
I feel the world's against him at the moment, Matt.
Yeah, second time already in this fixture that Justin Hood's had a dart on the floor. He'll feel quite fortunate, though, that at the time the dart's been on the floor, he's still scored 120.
Actually, looking at it again, I don't know if Justin Hood done a Robin Hood.
$93. $96.
Big prize money jumps when you get to this stage of the week. Every single match.
89.
It's so much more important to those pounds and pence that you'll be walking away with at the end of the week. But ultimately, everyone's got their eye now on Champions Week, because we're in week 11.
Justin
not many more
requires
tickets
145.
left available for that Champions Week. But there will be a couple of bonus places available with players getting tour cards now. So winning this game could be quite vital, because it gives you that opportunity, even as the runner-up, to potentially be at Champions Week.
What a dart that is from Colley. This would be finish of the week.
137. Justin requires 16.
For parity, 88.
Game on this
It's just
second
been a
leg.
couple of times tonight when he's got him there,
Justin
Rocky, just that little bit of indecision, whether it's with himself, whether it's just something from behind there, but he's right in this game, he's
Reach to
shaking
throw
his head.
first. Game on.
He'd be saying to himself, don't shake me head, don't do this. But he's right, I want to say he's right in the mix.
60. $60.
And there is that QR code if you want to come on
27.
Champions Night. This is what these two players are fighting for. Champions Week is a spectacular week of all the weekly winners. An incredible prize of 20 grand. We've seen the moments of Luke Little winning up there and the
97.
sensational promos that we do with the crowd. You still lose some tickets there, so just simply scan that code. There's a small booking fee.
134.
Come and join. There's a fantastic crowd tonight, I must admit.
$174.
Beautiful darts there from Justin Hood, trying to make a move here on the Reece Colley throw.
Yeah, Luke, Reed just looking at his score there, wasn't
56. Justin requires 170.
he? Won't like what he sees right now.
130.
He's that classic front runner, Justin Hood, isn't he? I always sense if you're going to get Justin, you've got to really get him early.
122.
Is he turning the screw?
Justin requires 40.
This is for a breaker throw here for Justin Hood. He's got 3 darts. He's going to need to use all 3 darts.
24.
You need
Reese
more.
requires 102.
But that is over to Reese Colley if he's going to get any more. Treble 19 for tops.
62.
Yeah, he's had a couple of attempts on those tops on the
Justin
157 now on the
16.
102. Justin Hood will feel like he's scoring for fun right now. But 1 from 7 on the outer ring. He'll want to correct that here. You can see the way he's doing it's not easy. So you're virtually throwing this dart now from 8 foot. Interesting, it did not move across back to the hockey. That can sometimes be a sign of frustration. Also be a sign that things are on your side. What a dart,
Fourth
Matt.
leg, Justin to throw first.
Big moment.
Game on.
Biggest moment of this tie so far. A breaker throw for Justin Hood.
95.
For Reese Colley, it seems like the performance is exactly the same as what we saw in that sort of group stage.
96.
A performance that he describes himself at the start of the evening as a bit in and out.
33.
Yeah, the head-to-head between the pair of them. They were the two protagonists in that Group C. It was 2-0 to Justin Hood.
100.
The performance of the week so far, 105.26 Justin Hood in victory over Reese Colley. They're the kind of things that are on your mind, those head-to-heads, when they're less than 24 hours
83.
prior. But for Reese Colley, be thinking, when am I going to start throwing my best? I've done nothing so far, but I'm still in it.
75.
And it comes so frustrating when you're playing as well, doesn't it? Because he'll feel like he's doing everything exactly the same. Feel like nothing's different, but all of a sudden it's just not going in.
Yeah, you can get a dart where it sort of comes out your finger on a big finish like the 157, like the 102. Is he just falling short?
70. Justin requires 150.
Justin Hood made a statement before day 2 of Group C that he was going to smash everybody.
Reese
He feels
requires
like smashing that
160.
dartboard right now because he had this leg. The chance here for Colley.
140. Justin
Beautiful
requires
darts, beautiful
112.
setup play. And he will get an opportunity. Justin Hood losing the line at the
80.
worst possible opportunity here. And Reese Colley can get
Reese
that breaker throw
requires 20.
straight back.
It can get
Game's
dangerous
on
on
the
that double
fourth
5.
leg.
And you can see the
Reese
reaction there from the
Colley.
Justin Hood family there because when he went inside that double 10, it's not ideal.
Fifth leg, Reese to throw
Reese
first.
Colley that won the
Game
Bulls, I
on.
remember. So if Justin Hood's going to win this best of 3 match now, he has to break him. Advantage Colley.
93. $100.
This is where all those hours of practice comes to fruition. That repetition.
100.
And all of a sudden your body and your arms don't feel exactly the same, so you've just got to trust in your throw. 2 different types of throws, remember. He does have the X factor, does Justin Hood.
140. $55.
Of the two, he's got the better results on this stage. Reese Colley does carry around with him that big title in the WDF, that
97.
British Open.
Tried 10 years myself for that one. Yeah, it's got quality. Like I said, when you're representing England in the World Cup, you learn so much about yourself. He's
43.
unpredictable at the moment
Justin
in his
requires
words. Sometimes it can be
164.
brilliant, and I think that's been the story of him tonight. .90 left. He could stay there, but he does like a good bullseye as well. All depends how that second dart is lying.
99.
Reese Colley, when you think he's out of a leg,
145.
just produces
Justin requires
his
65.
finest darts.
2-2, 65 finish, and that will always happen. It's double six, centre of the board.
53. Reese requires 65.
Happened for Reece Colley. We expect to see him go the same route.
Always happens. It's tops. He's been here before, but this time, what a difference.
Reece Colley.
He had a dart at tops on the 157. He had a dart at 102 at tops. Third time looking for Colley. He leads 3-2. He silences that big Hood crowd.
I was just watching that following of Justin
58.
Hood. You can just see the panic. We spoke earlier about that energy transmitting itself, that nervous energy. Right now, we've just got to hope that they've not got any those false fingernails on, because they'll be chewing.
Remember the last time Reece Colley was here.
100.
He beat Robert Thornton in the semi-final, but just fell short against Steve West. Takes some doing to get the final. But all of a sudden, Reece Colley has found the afterburners. There's the finger point. Great moments and real tough moments for Justin Hood right now.
60.
He's in big, big trouble now. Justin Hood 100 points behind, plus what Reece Colley has in his hands. And he's using them well.
95.
He's going to have time. He's going to get opportunities. Might even be 6 starts here for Reece Colley if he needs them.
86.
And what a feeling to be in. Opponent can't finish. He may stay there. There's always the fear of hitting the treble again, so he just takes his time. So he's gone the
46.
safety route to leave tops, which has been good to him in the last leg.
And Hood just needs to hit and hope. Well, he's done what he can control. He's done the hitting part.
Reece requires 40.
Despite not being at his best tonight, Reece Colley to reach the final. He's had a nervy moment, but in the end there was no Colley wobble. And Reece Colley is that first player in the final, and magnanimous in defeat, as always, is Justin Hood, because he's an absolute gentleman. But Reece Colley, be proud of yourself, and for the second time here at the MODUS Super Series, he reaches the final again. But who will he play? Well, there was nothing in the averages there. There was nothing throughout. A real tight affair, but Reece Colley kept it together. It's Harry Gregory against Ryan Harrington. That's the second semi coming up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Reece Colley has made it through to back-to-back finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But the question is, who is he going to face in the big money match? Well, the Hawk is hoping to fly high. Harry Gregory, his first time into a Saturday night, and he is hoping to make it through to the final. He takes on Ryan Harrington, another man who has made it to the final match, made it to the jackpot game, but has just missed out. Is it going to be Gregory? Is it going to be Hamilton? Let's find out with Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Really looking forward to this game because they've got previous as well. They've played each other twice already in Group B. And it was 1-1 in those contests there. But we are definitely seeing a much better version of Harry Gregory. 18-year-old, and he's producing the darts he's doing here. And he's just 2 games away from his biggest prize, £5,000. It will be refereed by Paul Hinks.
Game on.
I've got to go back to the round-robin phase again with Ryan Harrington. He went up against Chris Gilliland and had to win 4-0 or he was out.
57.
So 1 leg for Gilliland. And Ryan Harrington will be on his way home. And, you know, to win 4-0, Matt, in that game was pretty impressive. Is that a different dart? Can't be.
99.
The way in which he did it as well, the performance from Ryan Harrington was just so composed, which is something I'd say about Harry Gregory. Despite the fact he's just 18 years old, during that round-robin phase at the start of the night, you'd say Harry Gregory was probably the standout performer.
Yeah, he was the rank outsider of the 6th tonight, 10-1 going into it, and we did feel he was the best shot because he's the one who's progressively getting better throughout the week.
92.
Took a little time to warm up on the opening night and a real final game saviour, which was a really scrappy game against Haruki Muramatsu. But we're just looking at a different player now, and the belief and
121.
for both have started very nicely here. Remember, it's Harry's darts, the first one, but Harrington already a ton ahead.
85. Round your car, 156.
Beautiful and inviting.
140.
Yeah, he's playing with real panache right now, Ryan Harrington. There's a feeling when you should be out. He knows he probably should be on his way home. That's it. It's a 1 in 100 game to beat Chris Gilliland 4-0. And here he is, 8 away from a very early breaker throw. 13 darter. Harrington is flying.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
What a night of dart it's been. And big apologies to my tip of the night. Justin Hood, he was the favourite going into tonight. He brought an unbelievable following who have created a fantastic atmosphere tonight, but
93.
Just fell short. There he is in that semi-final. But what a credit, what a player, and he'll be back. Big fan.
128.
Does his tips on form as always.
What was your tip?
Reece Colley.
97.
You tell some lies.
Reece Colley sat waiting in the back room. He's in the final. Be taking on the winner of this in about 20 minutes' time for a place.
45.
Champions Week, which is fast approaching. This is week 11. Not many more tickets available for the big one, the £20,000 jackpot week.
Yes, you'll be interviewing the final week next week, Matt, and absolutely unbelievable set of names that were announced yesterday. I think you're going to have a fantastic
99.
week.
How do you car 158?
And you just sense when you arrive, Champions Week, well, one of these two would love to be there. But right now, you'd have to fancy Harrington.
42. Ran your car 167.
Great set of play from young Harry.
57. Out of your car 116.
Wayward dart there loses the opportunity at the first
80.
possibility there for
110.
Harry Gregory, and offers a chance to Ryan Harrington, who doesn't tend to need too much of an invitation.
It's double 15.
Game
And
show on the
everything he
second
touches
leg.
right now
Ryan
turns to gold.
Harrington.
Ryan Harrington. 6 legs on the spin. He's won now. 4-0 victory over
Third leg
Chris
out, he threw
Gilliland.
first. Game on.
2 up against Harry Gregory, who hasn't done an awful lot wrong. But Ryan Harrington right now, averaging just shy of 97.
43.
They're sort of statement finishers, those as well, aren't they? What Ryan Harrington just pulled out there. They really do set the tone and make your opponent take notice.
96.
Harry Gregory sat waiting on 36 to get that breaker throw back and become favourite once again for this fixture.
100.
This is composed and brilliant so far, once again, from Ryan Harrington. He opened his night averaging just 72, not giving a dart at the double, and only hitting 2 scores of 100 or more. Since then, he's been brilliant. Since then, he's not even lost a leg.
30.
And something you picked up, Matt, is just the fact that that dart was going in with just a little bit more authority. He was pushing his arm through as if
96.
getting a little bit frustrated in the throw, and it seems to be working. But Harry Gregory, let's not write him off just yet. But this is stunning.
180. How do you count? 126.
That knocks the average over 100, and it's going to have to be a big 100-plus finish for Harry Gregory, and he's up to the task. He's been hit with absolutely everything Ryan Harrington has to offer, and he strikes back with a big 1-2-6.
Game on.
That was a real moment for Harry Gregory, just based on the fact that Ryan had just hit the 180. He was looking good for a 3-0 lead, and the difference now, I mean, yes, it was just a hold of throat. Just gives him the impetus now. You
95.
have to think, Matty, he played a game where he could barely let go of his dart. And now we see him like this. I mean, it's been a real evolution of him as a player. I mean, you can do all your research. And we knew he was in good form. A UK Open qualifier via the Raleigh system.
100.
Had high expectations when he arrived here on Thursday. Just didn't go his way. But he's corrected those wrongs, and look, just 3 legs away now from his first final here at the MODUS Super Series at the age of 18.
96.
Wonder if there's a player under the age of 18 playing as good as him in the world right now. That list would be getting littler and littler.
100.
It's becoming a young man's game all of a sudden, this one.
80.
It's about staying straight, giving yourself the opportunity. He's done that. It's a dart to tops.
41. Hariuka 114.
There's a 1-2-6 in the previous.
$94. Ranyuka 39.
Looks so cool. So calm. And then just a simple miscount like that. But he realised that's more important. He could have easily gone for that double 16. So it's double 11. And things happen for a reason.
Ryan Harrington.
Despite the fact, but that winning dart there, for me, was a real highlight. It's the fact he was able to stop. What have I done? Stand back, ping the double 11. Real experience, quality darts there from Ryan Harrington.
Been a quality performance from
100.
Ryan Harrington. He's not put much wrong in this fixture. Harry Gregory, the 18-year-old, just shy of 92. It's a good quality
100.
tussle. But that experience coming through here of Ryan Harrington, the player who's held a PDC tour card,
140.
played in major events. The Grand Slam of Darts springs to mind, getting out that group stage.
Yeah, big fan of the UK Open as well. Played there 5 times, did Ryan, but still waiting for that one real moment. And I guess lifting the MODUS Super Series.
100.
Aloft will be a big moment for him. Henry Deacon called him Ryan Harrington 2.0, and he said, no, I'm still 1.0. There's still plenty more to go.
58.
So much I want to do.
161.
I think he spoke really, really well. But Harry Gregory just quietly but effectively getting on with his job. May use the bull here.
65.
Yeah, I do like what he said. It was almost like there's so much unfinished business for him. He didn't feel like he fully blossomed into the player that he is clearly away from the game board, what he's showing in practice.
Double 14, which
68.
is a real powerful tool for many of the players now. Right, height of the body, he'll go back. And what we call the pre-throw routine. Stay focused. Check the darts are all correct.
57. Out of your car, 28.
Just do not take your eyes off that double 14.
$22. Run your car,
Well, an opportunity here for Ryan Harrington to get the job done and book himself a place in the final alongside Reece Colley. He fancied that.
Yeah, get to a stage where you're already thinking of your next darts.
88. Out of your car, 6.
You're already thinking of the next leg. You get an opportunity. Will he be back? Because this is now tricky. Can he get through?
No score. Run your car, 40.
So for the match, he's
Game,
been
shot
solid.
and
He
a
put the
match.
performance of the
Ryan
night, coming
Harrington.
back from a 4-1 deficit in his first game, and that was very, very impressive from Ryan Harrington. He was averaging just close to 100 throughout that game, but just a special mention to Harry Gregory. He has been superb since day 2 of Group B, and he can hold his head up high. He will be back at 18-year-old, but the night so far belongs to the R's. It's Ryan versus Reece in the final.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our final is set in stone. It is Reese against Ryan for the top prize and a place at Champions League. And yes, I'm as surprised as you are, Glenn, that I said that perfectly correctly. Right, let's round up the two semi-finals then, in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar and does Glenn Dart. Matt, we'll begin with you, and I want to begin with Reese Colley, because we were saying on stage at around about 10 o'clock this evening that maybe Reese Colley's gone under the radar a little bit, but he's a player who's won competitions in the past. He knows what it's like to get over the finishing line, and look, he beat the favourite for the night in that particular match.
He's winning, isn't he? That's the most important thing. Just keep winning. He's not played his best yet, and that is a positive for him. He can go back there now, knowing there's so much more in the locker, but yet he's still picking up results. If he can come up here and play the A game, he takes this title.
In terms of Reese Colley, what was it you liked most in that semi-final against Justin?
Just the fact he's not letting his poor performance get to him. He'll be thinking, now, I've got my C game, I'm in the final, and when you play Ryan Harrington, you know you're in for a fight, but you don't expect someone who's going to absolutely blow you away on that dartboard. Ryan Harrington's been a real success tonight, but I think Reese Colley will be thinking, I'm going to produce my best darts when I need to in the final.
Right, let's show you what has happened then so far this evening. These are the results from the games that have been and gone. We saw the group stages before 10 o'clock and the semi-finals just now. We've just alluded on the Reese Colley game against Justin Hood. Let's talk about the second semi-final between Ryan Harrington and Harry Gregory. Was it a case of maybe just a game too far for Harry in the end?
He performed okay in that game, but it was more the case of how good Ryan Harrington was. It wasn't that Harry Gregory did anything wrong. Since losing that opening game 4-0, Ryan Harrington's lost just one leg out of the last 9, and he's looked so solid, so composed, and playing like the tour card holder he once was. It was more to do with his brilliance.
What you've got to remember with Ryan Harrington, when you stand on that rocky on a finals night with a fantastic crowd here tonight, you've got to measure that the tension. He thought he was out. He come back and then wins 4-0. He's probably just on a free roll right now and producing his best darts.
However, it wasn't a perfect performance without flaws, because we did see a little bit of a miscount in there. I just want to get your assessment, Glenn.
Well, you could look at it negatively with the miscount. He wants 32, but it's the fact he was able to just realise, what have I just done? And then he just took his time away. No, didn't mess about with the crowd, wave his hands. He just then looked at that double 11 and pinged it. And I thought that was a really pivotal moment.
Is he the type of player that is suited to this environment? Because he's got this way about him. He's got a little bit of an aura when it comes on the hockey. And maybe when there is a crowd there, when there is a stage on offer, that actually it plays into his hands a little bit.
He's enjoying his night, isn't he? That's for sure. And he's grown into it. He's getting better as the night is going on. The players know as well that he's got that pedigree. He's been where they want to be. Players like Reese Colley have been going to Q School now for a couple of years to try and be in the position that Ryan Harrington has already reached. So that just gives you that little bit of an edge in that back room to say, I've been where you want to go, pal.
Talking about turning points, in that first semi-final, how key was that missing the 65 and then the clean-up after that?
Yeah, but there's been moments all night, but in relation to Ryan Harrington, as we look at the 65 finish there, we've used the word flamboyant and with a lot of the players, they ain't here tonight. The kind of words that you'd associate with Ryan Harrington.
Obviously, this is the first semi-final. Reese Colley. I mean, this kind of changed the whole momentum of the game, really, didn't it?
Yeah, like I said, and Reese was spoken to, he hasn't been at his best there, but that 65 was the defining moment in that semi-final. So it was the battle of the 65, which he got through there, and yeah, it was a big moment for him.
And this is how he got over the line in that first semi-final. 4-2 victory against Justin Hood. 13 dart breaker throw as well to get over the line. And that was a look of, it almost felt like relief in the end for Reese Colley.
I think that's probably how he feels at all moments, actually, throughout tonight, because when you're not playing your best, you love winning, but you do. It's relief. You've nailed it. That's how he will feel at all points when he's walking off the stage, like, oh, I got away with one. Oh, I got away with one. But he keeps winning. And that's all he's got to keep. Just keep that positive vibe going. It's so easy to get distracted by performance. We see it all the time with young players now, that they always want to come off the stage averaging 100 and sort of breezing their way through games. But that's not darts. You're not going to play 100 plus all the time. No one does. So sometimes you just got to grind out the night. Now he's got an opportunity in a big money match now to get over the line.
We'll talk about the final in just a sec, gents, but we've got some other business to attend to on this stage, and the first of which is to tell you what's happening next week at the Super Series. Myself and Matthew Edgar are going to be here, and these are the players that we're going to be watching, and you're going to be enjoying as well, because this really is a superb lineup. I'll get your take on this, Glenn. We'll begin with the Group A. I know Sebastian Białecki is a player that you think very, very highly of. Scott Taylor's won on this stage before, and Ted Everett's on debut.
I can't see a bad player week 12, and it's a real credit again to the MODUS Super Series. That is an absolute beauty. I mean, Group B and Group C are amazing. I could talk about every single player. I'll just do a big conclusion. That is an absolutely superb week.
Group C, John O'Shea, Bradley Brooks. That's insane.
It's a very, very good week. And then you look at who's going to drop out of Group A as well to make that up. There's someone I'm really looking forward to seeing as well in there, playing in Group A. I feel like I shouldn't attempt the name, so I'm just going to say Jimmy. He's doing bits at the moment. He's playing really well. I'm really excited to see how he handles this experience.
And could be the tallest player at the MODUS Super Series. He's a giant, isn't he?
Yeah, we're going to have to raise the roof a little bit, I think, for him. He's a very tall guy, but very, very talented.
Incidentally, Steve Hines here next week. Have you got a gut full of muffins ready for you?
I am big friends with Steve Hine, and I haven't seen him for a while, so I'm selfishly looking forward to seeing Steve Hine next week. He does always bring a box of muffins with him, so hopefully he'll keep that going, and I'm really looking forward to munching down on a few of those.
Yeah, if commentary's a little bit quiet at times next week, it's because Steve Hine has bought muffins, and there'll be some devouring, that is for sure. Right, let's preview what's going to be a very special week. We're all looking forward to this, aren't we, here at the MODUS Super Series? Now, following the conclusion of Series 6 Championship, we're going to do a first one-off, and it's going to be a double-star week. It's going to be played over the best of 5 legs, and we've got 12 stars on show, and we can now exclusively reveal the lineup for Double Trouble.
It's double 18.
Going
it's the
Sean the
perfect
fifth
9
leg.
dart, and he's been
Darryl
threatening all day.
Pilgrim. He is Jim McEwen.
Oh, yeah. Love that. And so does he.
Double 12, but Kevin Painter
on the match.
to seal
Kevin
the spot
Painter.
in style.
Going
And that
Sean
is
the
a
first
170
leg.
checkout.
Robert Thornton.
It's double 6.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
What a tidy
Lisa
shot
Ashton.
that is.
Game shot on the 5th
Masterful
leg.
from Mark Durbridge.
Yeah, Double Trouble begins on the 19th of February. This is the lineup in full. Group A sees the 2015 World Grand Prix champion Robert Thornton, joined by Kevin Painter, who played on the Emerald Isle in that competition many times. Neil Duff, former WDF World Champion, will play his first ever Grand Prix event. Steve Brown played in that tournament in an illustrious career. Jim McEwen, the champion in Series 5, alongside Mark Durbridge, who also played and went very deep in the World Grand Prix back in the mid-noughties. Group B sees some players of current trends. James Wilson just dropping off the tour, as did Connor Scott, who's won a UK Open qualifier earlier on this afternoon, whilst the first ever player to have ever lifted the big title on this stage, Conan Whitehead, is in action. Group C sees the four-time champion of the world, Lisa Ashton, in action alongside Colin Osborne, who's graced that competition so many times. He's going to do it here on this stage. Is the man who's played more games in this competition than anybody else. And Darryl Pilgrim, what an addition he's going to be to the lineup. Now, gents, this is the first time that either of you have seen that lineup. Glenn, firstly of you, did you not fancy it?
Well, I don't think you give us a chance really to go through. I think you've just absolutely nailed it yourself by going through the whole field there. So I'll keep it simple. The greatest field ever to assemble here at the MODUS Super Series.
I feel like I'm going to channel a bit of Liam Nielsen here and just say good luck.
In terms of early riders and contenders, is it difficult to assess because it's a different format, or does the fact that maybe players like Robert Thornton, who's had success in the Grand Prix, possibly come into play?
No, honestly, I mean, it's a great question, and I don't mean to be rude in this one, but the players are just too good. And yes, Robert Thornton, the Grand Prix, etc., the 9 data, that is a field of all fields, and the MODUS Super Series have done a wonderful job. Double Trouble is going to be absolutely unbelievable, and may the best player win, because that is an absolute cracker.
Any early predictions for that one? Anybody that you think possibly could do some damage?
Stick a pin in it and take your selection. There's experience in there. The double start is going to play a factor. But I don't think having experience in that is going to be any sort of benefit. I mean, you played in the Grand Prix, Glenn. I mean, does it get easier year on year, or there's not really anything you can gain from, really?
Semi-finalist as well, so I can't believe I wasn't invited by the MODUS. So I've got to win a match on here, surely, sometimes, and maybe double off. But credit to everybody involved. That is a big... Robert Thornton obviously comes to mind. Darryl Pilgrim, for me, is still the best amateur out there right now. How he's not getting through these Q schools, I'll never know. Producing it a challenge to we will be absolutely milking that, because we'll have lots of people watching. Tremendous field. Well done to everyone. Bring it on.
Well, not just is it going to be called Double Trouble, we're going to have to rename it the Splinters series. But you two are going to have to get off the fence now, because we're going to preview tonight's final between Reece Colley and Ryan Harrington. Both players lost in finals in Series 5. One of them's going to get the opportunity to go one better in Series 6. Who's your gut saying that person could be?
For complete composure, for the level they have produced since that opening game, you've got to go with Ryan Harrington.
Is that same assessment for you, Glenn?
Yeah, I'll go for Reece Colley, just because I can't believe you can go through and win a ton without at least beginning to play your best. He's played his C game, he's got to the final, now's the time to shine.
Interesting hearing from Ryan Harrington. We've heard from him a couple of times tonight. I said, is this the beginning of Ryan Harrington 2.0? He said this could potentially be the beginning of Ryan Harrington 1.0. Is there a danger to not just anybody here at the Super Series, but anybody in an amateur frame of mind, that he could be a player that comes from under the radar and does some severe damage this year when you consider some of the levels he's playing at?
I don't think he's ever got the luxury of going under the radar, because the second he starts to do anything, that shadow that we spoke about at the start of the show, cast by his father, the two-time world match play champion, I think that's always going to be there. The second he starts to do anything, it's going to be, can he go as far as his dad? And I don't think he's ever going to have that luxury of fully going under the radar.
I mean, you've got something similar with Jamie up in the northeast. Can that pressure loom large on somebody's shoulders?
It can, but in answer to your question, I think if someone is now going to then dominate or they really kick-start their career, winning a MODUS Super Series weekly is a start. Winning a Champions Week is a sound foundation for someone then to have an amazing 2024 and get the dreams of being a professional player again or for the first time. So good luck to them both. Really looking forward to the final.
Just finally, Matt, if Ryan Harrington is your favourite, what has Reece Colley got to do right to win this match?
He's got to start scoring better, consistently, because there's too many loose darts in there for Reece Colley. He's just sort of getting a bit wayward, too many darts in the 5. He's got to stay straight. He's got to throw with trust. And he's just got to trust in everything that he's done to get him to this point, and just that should hopefully give him that little bit extra.
What did he learn when he lost the final last time against Steve West? Can he correct those wrongs?
Gents, thank you very much for your time. We'll let you get off and commentate on the final. And it's going to be a really intriguing one. One thing is guaranteed. We're going to have a brand new weekly winner here at the MODUS Super Series. Is Reece Colley going to cause absolute chaos here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? Or can Ryan Harrington pick up his first crown after missing out in Series 5? It's bound to be an intriguing matchup here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And, well, we've seen some big names pick up the jackpot here in recent times. So, 2 more spaces left in the Champions Week field. Who is going to fill one of them? Let's find out. It's Ryan Harrington up against Reece Colley for the top prize and a place at the Super Series top table in the company of Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And this is the moment we've all been waiting for, the final. When Chris Gilliland on Monday morning through that first dart, who will be throwing the final dart? It's Ryan Harrington, who come through a very tough Group B. Exuded confidence. He won 4 out of 4 on the opening night. But what a night he's had so far, which we'll mention. Reece Colley was involved in a real brilliant battle in Group C with Mikuru Suzuki and Justin Hood. And by hook or by crook got through. And despite not being at his best tonight, he finds himself in the final. But both players could be thinking, how on earth did I get there? And in relation to Ryan Harrington, remember, he lost his opening game of the night 4-1 and could only qualify by winning the next match 4-0. Incredibly, he did that. And now he finds himself in the final. So lots of questions being posed to them. Who will have the answers, Matthew Edgar?
Well, the one thing you tend to find with this final is you come on stage, you see the trophy in the corner on the table, and it can just become a little bit more inspiring because it's actually within touching distance for the very first time. And now we get to see if that composure can stay in place for Ryan Harrington, who has only dropped 1 leg since losing his opening fixture. And it was some turnaround from Ryan Harrington, just averaging 72 in that opening game. Only managed to find 2 scores of a ton or more.
But yeah, the nerves will be going now. The crowd has diminished slightly, of course. There was a huge contingent here for Justin Hood. He went out in the semi-final. And that might just suit both of these. I guess when you get to the final, there'll be more nerves early doors, let me tell you, in the round-robin phase than what they're doing now. They'll be able to sense that big prize, that incredible £5,000 check tonight. But a place in Champions Week, Matt, as well. So all to play for.
Good time as well to qualify because you don't have too long in between the qualification and coming back for Champions Week. Tend to find that you do want to punch your ticket to Champions Week, but if you do it on week 1, you've got a 3-month wait until you actually get to come back and play for the £20,000. And form can change a lot in the matter of weeks, so a matter of months.
Well, the form could change a lot tonight. Remember,
44.
Ryan Harrington's first game was an absolute disaster for him in the end. And I thought that was the end of him.
140. $58.
Not only are they playing for a place in Champions Week, that £5,000 tonight, but also that beautiful trophy that we've seen lifted by 10 players already in this series.
58.
There it is. Who will be lifting that? $140. Both of these players came through from Group 1, remember. The difference in fortunes was absolutely unbelievable. It's Ryan Harrington who has started this very, very nicely. Reece Colley's had quite a few bounce outs. What he must remember, it's on throw at the moment.
79. Ryan requires 32.
What a fantastic start for Harrington. He
Game
leads
shot of the
1-0.
first leg. Ryan Harrington.
13 data there from Ryan Harrington with the throw.
Second leg,
What
reach
you can
the
do
throw
about that
first.
if you're Reece Colley.
Game on.
But he will be slightly concerned the fact that he was left all the way back on a no finish.
100. $59.
A fantastic start from Harrington, but Reece Colley just has to keep believing.
60.
You can just see that frustration there because he had control early in this leg.
$97.
This is a really good lesson as well for Anyone who's sort of watching, who gets sort of
57.
bogged down with the negatives of one performance, how it can turn around on a night, because Ryan Harrington, after losing that opening game, you'd have called this mission impossible.
Yeah, it's just been a crazy night.
58.
Remember the first game of the night, Chris Gilliland 4, Reece Colley 1. So I thought that was the end of Reece.
85.
Well, you'd have got a good price on this being the final, wouldn't you, after the first couple of laps of fixtures?
Yeah, Reece Colley 4-0 win over Ryan Harrington. Well, that's certainly not going to happen here. And it could be roles reversal because Ryan Harrington is just finding something this week. Should go downstairs.
137.
He's finding something when it matters the most as well, and that's the most impressive thing here for Ryan Harrington.
It's double 18. Big moment.
89. Reece requires 62.
Just going to be the one dart a double. He's picked up the scraps all night, and that trend continues. He's not at his best. He's fighting. He's just hanging in there. And he'll just be saying to himself, now is the time. Not a flicker of emotion from Ryan Harrington.
Throw first.
Hasn't taken his eyes off treble 20 once.
He's very focused, isn't he, Ryan Harrington?
120.
I used to hate being called dogged, a grinder, a scrapper, a fight. You want to be called flamboyant. You want to be called fluent, fast, but that's just
60.
part of his characteristics, just part of his attributes. I guess he's just that stereotypical real fighter on the hockey.
57. 60.
Reece is going to need to find a breaker throw somewhere in this fixture. Ryan Harrington throwing first because he won the bullseye,
59.
the only game of the week in which there is a bull up.
$180. 121.
Hear the anguish. It was a fantastic response there from Harrington. I've waited all night for Reece to find that real rhythm,
95.
that real
Ryan requires 144.
heavy scoring. He's beginning to find it. This is really exciting. Very much in the balance. There could be these types of finishes that are so crucial
Reece requires 106.
to the winner. We said it could be just a little bit of magic for the winner. And once again, he's going to get a dart or a double. He's sticking the tops.
86.
A well
Ryan
thrown dart.
requires 52.
But he didn't get the reward. Double 16.
Game on the third leg.
I just sense,
Ryan
Matt, if there was one
Harrington.
player in this competition this week with one dart in the hand like that, Ryan Harrington's the player you'd go to.
Fourth leg, Reece to throw first.
Keep saying composure
Game
with
on.
Ryan Harrington, but it's the best way to describe him.
100.
I just had the sense when Reece Colley lost the final last time to Steve West that he accepted it. Steve was the better player. The crowd got involved in a
45.
semi-final, which he didn't seem very happy about. But he come back here to go that step further. I think they'll be more disappointed if he doesn't get over the line this time. I think he sees this as a match he can win. Ryan Harrington his skill set is so strong.
Controlled aggression, I think is the best way to
140.
describe Ryan Harrington in this, because you heard that, come on, that get in at the end, but still very in check, in control.
135.
But this is the best version of Reece Colley tonight. So that's the hopeful. But every time he thinks he's got control, he looks up.
140.
Ryan Harrington is
Reece
biting at
requires
those ankles.
170.
6 starts on 170 though. The 95, so treble 19 or bullseye will be his two options here. He'll make that decision about now.
132.
Beautiful setup play there from Reece Colley, just 12 darts thrown to leave a double. But he's going to be under some pressure here.
split or direct match.
36. Reese requires 38.
Feel he's got to go straight for it after going for the treble 19.
Game on the fourth leg.
That was so good. That first dart was nervy. He went with a dart. The shoulder came into it. There was body movement. And I thought he'd made the wrong decision there going direct, but the second one couldn't get any more in the centre. It's now a best of 3. Once again, on Monday morning when we started Group A, our opening paragraph said this could be a really tight week. You've got so many players who looked at the players and said, I can win it this week. Well, it is going down totally to the wire, and we could go to a last leg shootout. That's how close this one is.
Just goes to
45.
prove that point with Ryan Harrington, who's just getting stronger as the night is going on.
I sense that with Reece Colley as well. It's like an athletics race where you've just been at the back of the field all night. You're not feeling your best, but with 100 metres to go, he just seems to get that sprint, and that's the way I'm seeing this match.
85.
Didn't even consider starting the 18s. Should now.
145.
Well, he will get a chance. It's an outside chance, the 160.
90.
The first opportunity here for Reece Colley to get the breaker throw he's going to need in this fixture.
Well, he's been neat and tidy. We're just dipping under that treble 20.
59.
Surprised he went to the 19s on the last dart.
Requires 141.
That's caused him to come back at a 3-dart combination. We do see players now opt to use the bullseye in that situation to provide the possible 2-darter.
93.
It's another opportunity here for Reece to
requires 101.
establish a lead and make himself favourite for this final.
That's 86 left.
Yeah.
That's treble 18. Once again, it's back. That pendulum is now swung in the favour of Ryan Tan, who's looked so solid on these clutch finishes.
53.
The heart will be racing.
Ryan
It can see the winning line,
48.
remember. Massive dart.
32.
Is that the moment,
Reece
Matthew Edgar?
requires 48.
Well, that's the first mistake from Ryan Harrington. Will it be punished? Punished
Game
it
on the
is.
fifth leg.
Reece Colley
Reece Colley.
breaks the throw at the best possible time. He's now throwing for the match. He's throwing for the title.
Sixth leg. Reece to throw first. Game on.
First dart straight in the treble just settles you down.
135.
Remember that running race I said?
$140.
What an enjoyable game this has been. Said he was searching for rhythm. He was searching for his big scoring.
140.
He's just trying to keep his breathing under wrap. Ryan Harrington. This is how to play proper darts.
180.
What a battle. What a leg.
95. $85.
What a last dart. This
Reece
is
requires
littered with
131.
quality.
Options on 131. Can't finish now, but he can set it pretty, will set it pretty.
91.
Ryan has been so good in this type of
96.
situation.
An
Gauge on the
11
sixth
darter
leg.
for Ryan Harrington with his
Harrington.
opponent sat on tops, looking to wrap it up and win the title. Absolute
Seventh
brilliance.
and final leg. Ryan to throw first. Game on.
There's that composure again. Didn't get carried away with the celebration. Didn't get carried away with the moment. Knows there's still a job to be done.
But he celebrated in a way to let his opponent know.
97.
Let that crowd know. And that treble 19 was an absolute dream. Reece Colley could just see it all open up in front of him.
60.
That pendulum clock we've been talking about all night.
45.
The perfect dart. He'd expect a 140, gets a 140.
140.
Game of the night, Matt.
Save the best for last, as they say.
45.
But now, once again, Reece Colley has become favourite.
60. 100.
These are the types of hours and hours of practice. Round about 251, you're thinking, can I do it in 6 darts? Well, if he does,
140.
he will be lifting that £5 prize and that unbelievable opportunity at Champions Week.
26.
Is that it?
Reece
Well,
requires
he's now going to have
101.
6 starts to get the job complete. This now just becomes a setup shot for him, but
39.
what a horrendous time to have a rejection.
I was thinking exactly the same. The game was over. Do you know what? It's not now. It is definitely not. Now another treble makes this very
98.
interesting. That bounce out.
Reece requires
How's your luck,
62.
Reece?
Smart last start there from Ryan Harrington. But it may be in vain. Reece Colley, one more dart, a double 16. He kisses in off the barrel, and Reece Colley has finally got over the line here at the MODUS Super Series. He takes the Week 11 title. He takes the £5,000. He will be lifting the trophy, and he would have thought that the opportunity may have passed him by. He set himself up on tops at leg 6 to try and get over the line. A 96 finish, an 11 darter from Ryan Harrington. But Reece Colley, a fabulous turnaround. He opened his night with a 4-1 defeat to Chris Gilliland, and then he was up against it throughout the evening. He didn't play his best until the very, very last game, and which then he's managed to find his absolute best, the sort of darts that saw him pick up the 2022 British Open, a WDF gold-ranked event. He brought out his best at the right moment. £5,000, a place in Champions Week, goes to Reece Colley.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Matt. Well, Reece Colley, you made it hard work for yourself tonight, but finally in the winners' enclosure here at the Super Series. Just sum up your emotions at this present moment in time.
I ain't really got words, to be honest with you. I'm just buzzing, like, you know what I mean? But obviously, last time I lost in the final, and I said this time I want to win it, and I finally won it, and I'm buzzing, Emery. Absolutely buzzing.
I could tell you're absolutely buzzing. And there was points throughout the course of the night where you had to fight some trials and some tribulations. Is perhaps the strongest trait of yourself tonight was the way that you dealt with adversity, the way the first game went, then you came back, and then you dug in throughout the semi-finals and final. I found your best game in the final.
Yeah, well, obviously I lost the first game 4-1, and I thought, I've got to win this next one 4-0, you know what I mean, to just at least have a chance. And then when I knew I was through, I thought, just plod on from now. Play your game, hit your doubles when you can. And yeah, I've got no words, I'm just happy. Happy at the moment.
We saw you win the British Open at Bridlington in the back end a couple of years ago, and then you then kicked on a little bit in 2023. Where does this rank in comparison to what you've done previously?
Oh, it's at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, winning the British Open is massive for myself, but I've been here that many times, and I've been really close, and then finally to get over the win, honestly, yeah, it's at the top, 100%.
And a good start to 2024 for yourself. I know Cusco didn't quite go the way that you would have liked it to have gone, and I know Lakeside maybe would have wanted to go a little bit further in that particular competition. But this is a real springboard now, isn't it, for you this year?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I had a bad Q score, but I went on after that and played some decent darts at Challenge Tour, put myself in the top 11, I think. And I thought, just take that from Challenge Tour to here, and I knew I'd have a chance then, and lucky enough. I play my greatest game. I've scraped wins, but you know what? Win's a win, and I'll take it. Happy days.
And into Champions Week now, and look, the opportunity that provides, the big jackpot that provides, and the prestige of winning a big competition that, well, you've had megastars win in the past.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to the Champions Week now. I said to my dad before I come down, and I've said it on interviews, I said this time I'm winning it. And obviously I've got over the line, and now hopefully I can get the practice in, and you never know, maybe I could win the Champions Week if I'm on it and play my better game, but yeah.
And I just want to have a quick chat about your support base. I know you didn't bring many down tonight, but there was a lot of people as well back home. The YouTube chat stream was full of Reece Colley fans this evening. You're a popular young man, aren't you?
Yeah, I've got quite a lot of fans back at home, and I'm sure my mum will be probably crying now, 100%. Well, I've finally done it, Mum. But yeah, the Black Country's massive.
Everywhere they go?
Everywhere they go.
And not just that, good result for your Villa today as well, 5-0 against Sheffield United.
5 in the end, happy days. I knew it was 4, but if it was 5, even better then. It's the first time I went to a game for about 2 years of a week against Newcastle, and they battered us, but yeah. We got the win today, happy days, and I've won as well, so even better.
A W for the Villa, a W for Chaos. I'm going to let you lift that trophy now. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in week 11 is Chaos Reece Colley! Well, let's bring Glenn Dowen on stage to get his reflections. Reece, many congratulations. We'll see you at Champions Week in a couple of weeks' time. Glenn, we'll get you some thoughts and assessments from you as he goes and congratulates Reece first and foremost. And look, you spoke up Reece Colley's chances before the final, and hey, does his tips, gets it right for once.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, it was a real 50-50 game, that one, but just to see players, the big smile on the face, that's what the MODUS Super Series offers now. It's just great. He's with his family, and, you know, £5,000, it's good money, a chance at Champions Week now. Well done to the young man.
And he's a young man where things are beginning to click into place. We saw him make his big breakthrough winning the British Open. We saw him play on the Lakeside stage, and things off the hockey as well going well for him. You know, this is a young man that could have a real bright year ahead of him.
Honestly, Henry, in darts, you get the ups and the downs. And like I said, I just felt when he was going to represent England, he was like thinking about it too much. But he played really well there, and he's kicked on his game since then. The world's his oyster. This is the foundation for him. He's got, and now he becomes into Champions Week, and he becomes a big player. He's that type of player as well, where when he gets that rhythm right, he's tough to beat.
And you look at that final, but even in that last leg where Ryan Harrington had the opportunity, he was applying the pressure on Reece, and look, it could have gone south for him.
I didn't think it'd be the reason why Ryan lost it, but I've just heard him as he walked off the stage there. He said, I was just too nervous in the last leg, and yeah, fair play to Ryan. I think he'll be, when he looks back on it, he'll be really chuffed to pieces where his game is at.
And when you consider the fact as well that brand new equipment, he only changed on Wednesday night ahead of the first day of Group B. If he keeps working with that setup, those mechanics, I mean, the numbers are there that he could have a really successful year.
Well, we're up close and personal in the comms box as well, and the darts seem to be flying really well. Sometimes you can change darts thinking that's the answer. I think that the answer's usually within. I think he's got that belief back again, and hopefully Ryan will be back.
He was a player as well that when he was talking, and you could get the sense when you stood next to him, interviewing him, that there's players that you look at and you hear from, and you think they're just saying things, but there's a genuine belief, and it's being backed up as well.
I think he speaks very, very well, actually. I mean, a lot of the players, you put a mic in front of the face and they get nervous. I think Ryan's very comfortable, very honest, very professional as well. And like I say, he's delivered this week, and he'd be disappointed right now. But I think in the cold light of the day, when he sees it tomorrow, he'll be chuffed to pieces.
Going back to Reece, what kind of springboard could this be for his year? This could be massive for him.
Yeah, in my day, it used to be the World Masters, and that's what it's reminiscent now. So £5,000, a lot of money, new family, but it's also an opportunity for him to do a little bit of travelling, maybe on the WDF Gold events to get himself to Lakeside. His challenge tour could be paid for, etc. now. So it does open a few doors for him now, but I'm sure he will be thinking now of Champions Week, and 20 grand there, and all of a sudden it's been a cracking start to the year.
Oh, Dazza, it's been an absolute pleasure this week.
It's been a great week. It was a week which I felt it was going to be really tight, and it was confirmed in the conclusion that winning won. And I just think the right person won. And another fantastic story here at the MODUS Super Series.
Well, Glenn, I've really enjoyed working with you over the last 6 days. We'll see you very soon. Glenn Dunn, part of our puntry team. Matthew Egger's going to be back with us on Monday morning as we get week 12 underway. And what a lineup we have for you. It's going to be headlined by Ted Everts, former World Youth Champion, Scott Taylor, who's won on this stage before. It really is going to be some real fun here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which is reeling in the wake of chaos as Reece Colley picks up the weekly win.